This episode is brought to you by Midwest Night Watchers, found everywhere on your favorite podcast platforms.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Night Owl Lounge.
Live from Midwest, it's Night Owl Lounge. Welcome in, Monisha. And welcome in whoever's on Rumble. We got 6 people over on Rumble. Feel free to type in chat over on Rumble, because we're keeping that chat.
Come on in and say hi.
Come on in. So yeah, this is our, second or third week we're doing Rumble and YouTube at the same time.
I think it's our third week.
Yeah. So welcome in the Rumble. Thank you.
It was so hard to get Rumble to go live, and you had to do the right stuff. So I don't know if I just finally figured it out or they made it easier one way or another. We started going live on Rumble instead of uploading it after we had the show. So this way, if anybody's in Rumble, they can say hi to us or watch the show live instead of after the fact.
And if by chance they're Rumble people thinking, oh, it's movie night, and they're going, this ain't movie night.
Well, it doesn't say movie night.
No, it don't. Welcome to our Night Owl Lounge on Wednesday night when we hang out with everyone. And who knows what happens.
That's right. So tonight we'll probably do a cryptid report or two. And then we talked last week about sharing some maps. So I did upload a map and a bunch of zoomed in sections of the map, so we can go into that and check that out.
Yay.
So that was actually the first, I think it was the first map. Might have been the second map. But I think it's the first one that we did on Jessica the Cryptid Huntress show. And so it's a real interesting map. I love it. I love these old maps.
Oh, that was about a year and a half ago when we did that episode on our show. Wow.
Well, I'm not talking about the flat earth one, though.
Oh, you're talking about the second time we were on with that special map. Oh, yeah, with the little creepy thingies.
Yeah.
Ah, hi, Robin.
Hi, Robin.
Man.
Yeah, so we got a real old medieval map that we're going to go over, and it has some strange depictions on it.
Aww. Hey, Heidi, you have fun these next few days. Yes, your sister's visiting. So we will send some prayers to you guys too. Have a good time. Keep us updated. And we love you too.
No sister quarrels or pillow fights or anything.
Oh, come on. Sisters have to have pillow fights. Just make sure it's feather pillow so it's all over the whole room. So enjoy your visit. All right. Well, we got 10 in here. We've got 7. Oh, we got 17 people. Oh, I see Robin is over on Rumble. Hey, thank you for checking in, Robin. You're double chatting, aren't you? Because I see you over here too. We fought over butterbeer at Harry Potter's yesterday.
That's funny.
Well, have fun. Have fun with your sister time.
There's a couple things on this this map that reminds me of Harry Potter movies.
Really?
Yeah,
Think they got some of the.
I think so.
She's always double dipping. I do too. I here lately I've had 2 shows going. I got one show on one tablet and I got another show on the other tablet. I'm trying to keep an eye on both.
Well, my only problem is I'm doing one monitor. So when I click on something, unless I have them arranged just perfect on the screen, then I can't see it no longer because something else covers it up once I activate it.
Stop activating things.
Well, then I won't be able to share other things.
Hi, Caleb. Welcome in. Well, Heidi, before you go, that's for you. I hope you're still in chat and I hope you heard it.
So yeah, we're doing live on Rumble, doing live on YouTube, and then later on we'll put this stuff up on Spotify and all kinds of stuff, and probably depending on what. Sometimes we don't do the Night Owl Lounge on the audio platform, just because it's 4 hours long sometimes. So I don't know if anybody would want to sit there and listen to 4 hours. Maybe they do. I don't know. Maybe
We're just rambling on for 3-4 hours.
Yeah.
But speaking of Rumble, we do a movie night on Friday and Saturday, and it's just on Rumble because YouTube won't allow it. So
yeah,
we
YouTube
just do
don't
it
like
on
me
Rumble.
sharing movies very well.
Yeah, so if you find us over on Rumble, about 10 o'clock Central, we've been starting?
Yeah, it depends on what's
10
going
Central.
on, but usually 10 o'clock to about 2 o'clock sometimes in the morning, 10 to 2.
We've been doing Lost in Space, and let's see, Kolchak, The Night Stalker, Outer Limits.
One Step Beyond.
You did a couple new ones last week, The Veil or something like that.
Yeah, we
What
did
was
The
that?
Veil. We did Thriller.
See, I don't remember.
Thriller is not the Michael Jackson video or anything. That's I can't even think of his name now. Gosh darn it.
Gemini, Tanya. Welcome in, guys.
Boris Karloff. Boris Karloff did Thriller.
And then some of the movies we've done is The Blob and what was Body Snatchers? What was that one called?
Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
We've done Silent Running. We did what else did we do?
Now you found some cute cartoons the other day with some disclosure. Yes, disclosure in these cartoons when we were little kids. Now come on.
Yeah, so we got some UFO, outer space, monster cartoons that we're going to be sharing that everybody probably will remember growing up. I know I do. They're my favorite ones, so that's why I picked them.
Some of the things
I think Friday night we'll start with the cartoons. We'll do nothing but cartoons and then maybe go Lost in Space at the end. I don't know.
Hi, Dwarfy. We got a dwarf in the house. I should have done the siren for Dwarfy.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's almost Friday night. You got a movie for Saturday or something? If we're going to do some cartoons, and
I think we're going to do cartoons and maybe a Lost in Space just to tie in with it.
Lost in Space. I'm enjoying.
We're on episode 5 now. We've been playing them 1 through the series. So we started off with 1 and we went 1 through 4. So now we're on 5. So it's starting to get good now, where they're starting to experience some of the creatures and monsters on other planets. Last week was a giant.
And the robot's starting to wave his arms around.
Yeah.
Warning, warning.
So Lost in Space is starting to get good. It hasn't got to the color part yet, where they go color later on. So it's still the black and white. So I like that.
Hi, Daryl. Almost everything we've shown over there on Rumble on the weekends has been black and white.
Yeah, everybody... just silent running and Kolchak, the Night Stalkers, only two color things that we played so far.
And even some of the monsters they came up with, just in Kolchak back in the day.
So I got two movies that I'm trying to decide on which one to show. Like I said, I think we'll stick with cartoons and maybe Lost in Space episode, or maybe 2 Lost in Space episodes. I don't know. Depends on how long. Because these cartoons aren't very long, because they're only
they're short,
25 minutes at the most, because they had commercials, and they were only on Saturday morning, for a segment, a half-hour segment. So when you put commercials in, sometimes they're only like 21 minutes.
Welcome in, Ida.
But I got 5 or 6, maybe 10 cartoons that we could play, and then if we do a Lost in Space, that'll probably take us right about the right time.
Yeah.
Still Saturday night, like I said, I think I got 2 movies I'm thinking of. So I don't know which one I'm going to pick. I got 2 different ones.
Do both.
It depends on what,
do both and not do a Lost in Space or anything before. So you could actually do a movie night and just have a back-to-back movie, a double feature.
Good.
So one night you're doing these other things, and if you Lost in Space, and then Saturday can be something different this week, it'll be a double feature. Maybe people would like that.
Do a double feature.
Yeah, we can try that and see if the chat likes it. We've been getting close to 30 people on there on Friday and Saturday night. It's been pretty cool.
Yeah, it's starting to get up there, 30 people, or sometimes a little more. It goes back and forth quite a bit, but
I didn't realize Heidi hopped over on, or she popped in over on Rumble.
Yeah, she's
Heidi popped in over on Rumble.
Heidi's popping tonight. So like I said, tonight is going to be a little bit of creepy history for cryptids.
Creepy.
And then we're going to dig into the map, the medieval map.
Oh,
it's be interesting, because I got more slides than we actually was able to show on Jessica's, because we ran out of time, and I've actually collected more zoomed in captures of the map that I like the quality of. So I got a bunch more, and
very interesting.
Oh yes. Robin said Soylent Green. Soylent Green's on there on my list, and I like Charlton Heston, Planet of the Apes, Soylent Green, the Omega Man. I mean, there's just so many good movies like that, but I don't know when I'll start popping those in. I'll pop them in once in a while.
Welcome in, Patrick.
Hi, Patrick. So I'm waiting. Right now I'm concentrating on the old black and white monster movies or mystery, paranormal kind of things. So that's why we played Invasion of the Body Snatchers and movies like that. So,
well, back then, for some reason, they did go through a period of creepy movies.
Did a lot of
monsters, and all the Chinese movies with Godzilla and all that. I mean,
I did a lot of monster movies. Did a lot of space movies for a long time. They were always doing outer space stuff, and then weird giants and monsters, and
then we went to Casper the Friendly Ghost. And everybody loved him, and he was so cute. Don't be scared of ghosts. It's just Casper.
I do like Ghostbusters, but that's pretty new to be playing.
Is that mind control? And brainwashing us back then. Daryl says, "Yay, more maps."
So if you guys have me or Jane on Messenger or send us an email at midwestnightwatchers@gmail.com and put your favorite movies in or stuff that goes along with what we're talking about: monster movies, vampires, Frankenstein.
Oh, Robin said any old mummy movies.
Yeah, I got some
Yeah,
old mummy
mummy
movies
movies.
that I have in mind, and
There was a
we
lot of
played.
mummy movies back
We
then.
did Creature from the Black Lagoon too.
Oh yeah, the Creature from the Black Lagoon. That was definitely interesting. Now, what was the oldest one we've done so far? Wasn't it the 40s? Or was it 50s?
50s so far, I think,
54?
because the Creature from the Black Lagoon's in the 50s, and so was Invasion of the Body Snatchers, and
Wow.
well, actually, I think even the Blob, even though it was in color, I think it was in the 50s.
Hmm.
So send us an email. Let us know what your favorite monster movies. I probably have it on the list because I got a big long list that I've been compiling just from my memory of what I remember growing up and watching. And but if there's something that you guys may like that I don't know about,
Now, this is what he does during the day, folks. I come upstairs from the basement watching cameras and watching shows and modding shows. He's up there with a notepad and has a list, and he's like he's in school. Has a whole list down. He's downloading stuff, and
I
he
spent
has
all
fun.
day. I spent all day today organizing these map images, so I didn't get a lot of movie time in today. Although right before I came
TV was
downstairs,
off.
I was watching War Games.
Yeah,
I love that movie, War Games. Even though
TV
it's not a
was off.
monster movie, it's still a neat movie.
Normally, you got the TV going with one thing, you got a tablet going, you might be on the phone talking to someone, going, "How do you do this?"
I don't know. Well, you got three or four things open at one time.
Yeah, but one show the volume is kind of down. I'm kind of focusing on one show, but I'm watching both chats and or modding both chats. But I don't have, like music playing in the background. To me, that'd be distracting. I'm focusing on
I
the
don't know.
chats with somebody
It's
I'm on.
weird because I can sit there and read or look at images and I can hear what's going on at TV and still follow along. Then every once in a while, when I know an exciting part's coming up, if I've seen the movie before, obviously, then I look up and watch it, and I go back to what I was doing.
Well, that's because the music always gets creepy right before something happens, and and you're on the edge of your seat. You know something's going to happen. Dun, dun, dun.
And
And all,
fixing
and all of a
gadgets,
sudden,
dwarf said, and fixing gadgets at the same time.
yeah, and fixing gadgets at the same time.
I haven't really had anything to repair here lately. So once I got the amp done, and before that was dwarf's night vision or his thermal imaging unit. Those are the last two things I've fixed.
I don't even know if our grandson has even played the amp since he's gotten it
I
back.
don't know. We got his guitar all tuned and his amp. We got it all working right, and I replaced some knobs and some other things on it, and got the speakers and the output to work good. And
Welcome in, Roger. He said Abbott and Costello meets Frankenstein. That's what he wants. Do you have that on your list?
yeah, I was leaving them kind of towards last, trying to get all the old black and whites and the scary movies, and then because those are more comedy, Abbott and Costello, even though they're kind of scary a little bit because they have Frankenstein, the Mummy, the Wolfman. I mean, they did all kinds of stuff. I mean, the same thing with the Three Stooges. Three Stooges
Mm.
have monsters in some of their episodes too.
Well, look at all the monsters and stuff in
I mean,
Scooby Doo.
you got Vincent Price and all of his scary movies. The Raven and the Pit and the Pendulum and uh, the Wax Museum. Then you got stuff like the Phantom of the Opera. That man, I love that. I didn't really like it, the color version, but the black and white, I remember as a kid, that had the creepiest. That had the creepiest guy that got burned up in the opera.
I think
when he took his mask off, oh my gosh, that scared me even as a kid.
I think when they redo movies, they're just not as good as the originals.
For some reason, I just love black and white. I mean, I do like color. I mean, obviously, we watch color movies now when we watch the Marvel movies or any of those disclosure kind of movies we like. Obviously, they're all color because that's the world we live in now. But I tend to gravitate to the older movies.
But what we're finding out is even though they were starting subliminal stuff probably late 60s and 70s in commercials and shows, we're finding disclosure. Now, wait a minute. Judy Garland, that one St. Louis movie, now isn't that the 1944?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, so there's disclosure back in that movie back in 1944 that they were revealing, and people just kind of, I don't know, took it for granted, let it go in one ear and out the other, or didn't pay attention.
So anyway, Brown Dwarf, I have fixed cell phones before, talking about fixing things. So I fixed my daughter's screen that she had dropped a million times, and it finally just shattered the front screen. So I actually ordered a similar phone off of eBay, two different cellular phone carriers, and I swapped the screen, and it went from AT&T to our little towns right up on the screen without having to do anything. It just automatically changed, and the screen worked fine. And now she doesn't even use that phone no more. They got new phones, and
Oh, geez, that was years ago.
yeah.
Years.
I kind of like to have that phone back. I don't know if they probably didn't keep it, but I'd like to have it back and swap that screen out again just for the fun of it.
Man, we've been kidless for 8 years. Well, kind of. One came back for 7.5 months with a Great Dane puppy. But yeah, we've been kidless for quite a few years.
So yeah, it was the same model phone, but for different carriers. And I took the screen off and swapped it over to hers. And
I'm sorry, Ida. Ida dropped her phone the other day and broke the camera lens.
Well, those are easy fixes. I mean, I wouldn't say do it yourself. I mean, I would probably do it myself, but there's little
Send it to Gerald.
Then you get to be without your phone for the whole time I had it. I mean, if you lived right here in town, it wouldn't be no big deal. Or somewhere close anyway. I could get it done and back to you. But the camera is no big deal. It's once you get the case apart of the phone, carefully, obviously, you got to do it right. But once you get it open, there's two little screws that hold that camera in, one little ribbon, and you take it out and insert the other one, and two screws and plug in a ribbon and put it back together, and you're good to go. But yeah, laptop screens, they're the same thing as you just got to be able to know how to take them apart, pop that screen out. There's screws and stuff, and ribbon cables that hold in to light up the screen. There's a bunch of different little points that goes along the screen to light them up, just like a TV. I've taken TVs apart and fixed LEDs behind them, and I don't know. There's all kinds of stuff you can do if you want to take the time. But today I watched a video on taking apart a brand new iPhone 11. I think it was an 11 because the battery went out on it and they had to replace the battery. So that was fun.
This is for entertainment purposes only, folks.
Do not try this at home.
Do not try this at home. You're telling people you're doing this and this and this. Oh yeah.
I don't know. They brought it up in chat. I thought I'd address it. Not that that's what this show is about, but whatever. I guess this bonus. Maybe it's too much information. I don't know.
1954 with Bruce Durden show. Oh. We still got 8 over at Rumble. Very good.
Wow. So we're getting ready to pop into some creepy history. Creepy history.
Creepy. Which one did we do for creepy history last week?
Yeah, who remembers last week? Who was here last week? What did we do last week?
I'm talking about the sound.
Oh, the sound.
The sound.
Probably that one. I don't know.
Nah.
That's not it.
Ah.
That's like if you're sad or wrong. That's space. That's like a spaceship. So computers, if it's a home PC computer, I can take it all apart and replace any part inside of it. A laptop, you can do the same thing. You can replace the batteries, you can replace the hard drives, you can replace the memories. The screen is the most difficult part, but it's just like taking apart a cell phone. Once you get used to doing it, you can learn how to take those screens out, and you can buy replacement screens, or like I said, you can buy a exact model on eBay that might not work, but the screen would be good, so you can get it really cheap and just swap out the screens, because that's what I did with the cell phone. I bought a cell phone that the battery was junk and something else was wrong with it, but the screen was good.
Welcome in, James.
I just swapped them out.
Didn't you order special tools to do this, though?
They're not really special tools, but they're kind of
tools to do it. Yeah.
They have special screws. Not special, but they're tiny. So I got a real nice set of screwdrivers specifically that they use in electronics. And then I got some they look like guitar picks and they look like other things, but they're little edges that'll fit just perfect between plastic cases and screens and stuff like that, that you can kind of work the seal loose on them. So yeah, I got a bunch of that stuff. Nice foam mat to lay them on, and little.
So he's got his toys, and I got mine behind me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, welcome in, James.
Yeah, welcome in, James.
I didn't say that already.
Hope everyone's staying warm. We've got 2 more days of this bitter cold and below zero at night. Got the 3 little goats huddled together. The poor little things, they barely even wanted to get out and even get food when I fed them tonight. All 3 of them are huddled in the corner trying to keep warm.
It's supposed to get really cold tonight by morning.
So a couple more days, we're supposed to gradually go up.
If we can get the Monday or Tuesday, then it's going to start going up, and by Thursday Sunday, maybe Saturday, Sunday, it might be 48 degrees. So that's a pretty big swing for us, going from almost zero to 48 degrees.
Bad thing is, when I do let the chickens out after all the snow melts, we got close to 4 inches, I think, total.
Yeah, you get muddy chickens.
Then it's all muddy out there and sloppy, but yeah, neither of the animals have been out for a couple of weeks. We've really had a nasty cold spell and snow and extreme high winds. My goodness.
We could let them out, but they would just go outside, run around a little bit, and go right back into the barn anyway.
There's too much snow out there. They wouldn't like it. And so the goats won't go out. They're spoiled. They don't
go out. They go in there and they sit next to the heat lamps, and they'll hop down and get some water or food. And other than that, they stay on their roost.
And yes, our 24/7 still down. Give me a couple of days of this weather and the animals come back out. I haven't seen anything out there except one stray cat. So there's just no sense of it being on with high winds, and it's just miserable outside.
Did you see, was it Detroit? I think it was Detroit, Michigan. They had a giant water main break, and it flooded the streets all over in their this big neighborhood.
And then
I'm talking lots of water, like up to car door.
Oh my God.
Up to car doors and up to people's porches on their house in this neighborhood.
I didn't see that.
And it froze.
Oh.
Because it's so cold out.
Right. Because they're getting the same weather as us.
Their house is surrounded by ice. Their cars are embedded in ice, and anything else outside is embedded in ice.
Oh, that'd be horrible. Wow. No, I did not hear anybody talk about that. Cars, brown doors, cars frozen.
So the only plus side to it is that I think they got it under control as far as the water going out. So they got big cat dozers and end loaders out there breaking up the ice, because the ice is just on top. So there's water underneath, because it hasn't froze all the way solid, because it's not that cold to go all the way through yet.
That would
So
be
they're able to break off the top, and then the water they can try to move the water somewhere else. But yeah, they were actually having to rescue people out of their houses on big machines to try to get to their houses and get them out of there and get them somewhere warm, because obviously they start losing electricity or heat.
Ida wants to know, will that water be missed later?
Maybe, I don't know. If they get it repaired, I mean they pull it out of the ground or out of rivers or whatever, and goes through a processing plant. So I mean, that's how we get ours. I mean, our waters comes out of a underground, and sometimes they'll pull it out of the river, and it goes through a processing plant and refinery for water and up into the water tower. All right. Well, we've been going a half hour. Should we
Start
ready to go?
Start doing the
guys ready for a February creepy history day? So this is a article, or I guess it'd be considered an article or a post from Creepy Acres. Creepy Acres put these out whenever there was some kind of cryptid or paranormal or weird thing that happens on a particular day of a month. They'll post it during that month. Sometimes I see them late. Sometimes I see them right on that day. So I try to save them so we can talk about it. Hi, Amber.
Hi, Amber. And everyone tune in this Sunday. We've got Amber on for our guest. Whoop, whoop, whoop. This Sunday, 6 Central. I think we decided 6 Central.
Yeah, I haven't. I had to get back to Amber yet, but yeah, Amber, if you're listening, 6 p.m. Central, we're gonna do our show. We're gonna move the time. We're just gonna keep it the same.
It'd be the 7 your time, 6 our time. But yeah, Amber's our guest.
So we're gonna talk. We're gonna talk about the Appalachians folklore and ghost stories. I'm assuming, because that's what her book
Legends
about. So we're going to have her talk about that, and so we'll show you. We'll have links for her book and show you her book, and so you guys can order it. Help Amber out and show a little love to Amber Paraworld.
Yep, and this will be her second or third time. I'm losing track. We've done this for 2 years now. I'm losing track.
I know we have people back all the time, so
yeah, we've had her on before. But it'll be good. The Appalachian Mountains just have so many mysteries and lures and legends and stories and all kinds of things we can talk about.
So today's creepy history comes not from the Appalachians or even the U.S. It comes from across the ocean.
Really?
Yeah.
We have one from somewhere else.
Yeah. So it says February 13th, 1958. 67 years ago today, its official name is the large Antarctic sea mammal. However, it is more commonly known by the nickname, and I'm gonna butcher this name, so Nankioki Gajara, an Antarctic Godzilla, despite its bearing no resemblance to the legendary king of the monsters. The nickname was given by Mitsuchu Matsumoto, captain of the Japanese search vessel, the Soya. And the first person to spot the creature, Dr. Yoshi, the ship's biologist, was unable to identify the beast and still remains unidentified to this day. So this is what the thing looks like. Kind of looks like a big giant water buffalo to me.
Yeah. Back in 1958.
Yeah. So this is in Japan. This is in Japan, or well, it's a Japan ship, but it's by the Antarctic. But it looks it. I mean, I guess those are fins on the back.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. What is on his back?
So it looks like a water buffalo, or kind of like a water buffalo, but I don't know if that's hair or fins. It's got a big hump.
Does that mean he has a hairy butt?
I don't know.
Amber says he's kind of adorable.
He is kind of cute. I mean, being a monster, and I mean, he lives in the Antarctic, so I mean, I guess he's got that going for him. He can handle the weather.
He don't have mean-looking eyes. He kind of looks scared.
He's kind of cute. You could probably make a plush animal from that. Actually, he looks kind of sad. He looks kind of sad to me.
He looks sad or scared.
You would be too if a Japanese sailing ship comes up and starts bothering you. So anyway, it says today in creepy history, 13th February 1958, 7 p.m. Lutzow, Home Bay, Antarctica. The Soya, Japanese first dedicated Antarctic research vessel, slowly approached an object that the ship captain, Matsumoto, saw surface about 500 meters away. As the ship draws near to the thing, some of the crew believe it's a colossal animal. So it must have been really big, huh?
Wow.
While others believe it is too far, it's far too large. One source claims it was 20 meters long and weighs 50 tons. So that's huge. As they approach, it turns to face the vessel. One man grabs binoculars and see a creature unknown to science. The bottom portion of its head looks like a cow, while the top portion resembles a monkey. I saw a cow. I saw a cow, and I guess the ears and the head does kind of look like a gorilla or ape or monkey, I guess.
I didn't realize
this is definitely cow.
Yeah.
Huh, cool.
Monk moo.
So the top portion resembles a monkey. It has two big eyes, two sharp ears, and is covered in dark brown hair.
So cows don't have pointy ears.
Yeah. One witness reports seeing a vertical saw-like fin on his back. So that is a fin and not hair.
Raymond said, "Can I pet that dog?"
Can I pet that dog? Can I pet your dog?
Can I pet your dog?
So I guess that is fins and not hair. I couldn't really tell from the picture if it was fins or hair, but
hi, NAC.
They're saying fins.
Yeah, welcome in, NAC. You snuck in too. Can I pet your dog?
Can I pet your dog?
Daryl said almost looks like a hippo too.
Well, that's what I thought. Maybe like it looked to me like a water buffalo until they pointed out the ape or the monkey-shaped top part of the head.
It does kind of look like it has a monkey top head. Yeah. Huh.
So where I was at, one witness reports seeing a vertical saw-like fin on his back, but more bizarre to many of the witnesses, it doesn't look aquatic.
So it does have a fin on its back.
So we don't know what its legs are like. We just know that it has fins or whatever you call it on an animal, and
we don't know if it was swimming or standing up.
Right.
A hippolopolis.
So it says it doesn't look aquatic. Instead, because of its shoulders, it appears more like a terrestrial creature than is simply swimming. The soya passes the beast before the camera can be retrieved from the deck. Below deck, it still remains unidentified. So that is from February 13th, 1958 in the Antarctic.
Definitely has a combination of several different things.
Yeah.
Wow. Interesting. Very cool. Well, welcome in all the new people. And we got 2 more over in Rumble. We got 10 over in Rumble. Feel free to type in chat. We now got 11 over there in Rumble.
Yeah. Come
Feel
in.
free to
Hi.
type in chat. We're keeping an eye on chat over there.
Yep. Come in and say hi and say howdy, whatever, or wherever you're from. So we have another one from February 14th, 1967. So this is actually I like the name of this one. It's really funny. So this once again is from Creepy Acres. So you can find Creepy Acres on your social medias or at online, or just type in Creepy Acres if you'd like to read some of these stories. And they have a podcast, so you can hear them really dive deep into these stories. Sometimes they reenact them almost like the people that were there are telling it, but in different voices, and it's kind of cool. I listen to them. But this one says 58 years ago today, which was February 14th, dubbed Tuscumba space penguins. I love that, space penguins.
Penguins.
That fits right in with Midwest Night Watchers. Even though in the Midwest we don't have penguins, but we do have pelicans and seagulls now, which we never used to have.
I know. We ended up getting pelicans and seagulls in our area because of a hurricane, right?
So maybe someday we will have penguins. I don't know.
We never had seagulls in parking lots when we were kids.
So these space penguins, these bizarre, diminutive beasts are often dismissed simply as jokes or silly flights of fancy. Hey, there's Lynn Lou just popped in.
Hey, welcome in, Lynn Lou. I'm a new follower. Learned about you from Jessica's show.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we love Jessica. We love going on her show whenever we can. I got some new maps and some new stories to tell Jessica if we ever get back on her show again. She's so busy. Maybe we'll just do them on our shows. That's what these Wednesdays do. We start popping in and start talking about stuff, so we bring it up once in a while. But yeah, I got a lot of new stuff to talk to Jessica or you guys and Jessica's show, so that'll be fun. So this says that they dismissed as simple as jokes or silly flights of fancy. However, over the 3 months after the sightings, ground traces still remained at the scene. Ground traces, what are like footprints or
ground traces?
I don't know what they mean by ground traces, unless they just seen them on the ground or they left something behind.
Little poo-poos?
Maybe they pooped, yeah.
Yeah, poo-poos, ground traces.
Oh, here we go. There was a depression where the craft had landed. So they actually had.
All right.
So they had a spacecraft. So it wasn't just penguins flying in or.
So tell me these penguins came off of a spaceship.
That's what it sounds like. It says there was a depression where the craft had landed, and the surrounding soil was extremely dehydrated. But recent sightings of UFOs and UAPs and the U.S. government admitting the existing of such things, stories such as these deserve a second look. Keep it creepy. So that was 58 years ago today, which would have been on February 14, 1967.
What does he have around his beak?
Well, I think that's like our version of what we would breathe through.
He don't have normal penguin eyes, that's for sure.
So is that a suit, like an astronaut suit, and that's
Oh,
his breathing apparatus,
that does look almost like a suit.
or is that really what the penguin looks like? He just got something over his bill.
I still think grays or something in a suit or little AI robots.
He's got a pointy head. I mean, he looks like a penguin, except
Yeah.
for, but he's got different eyes and obviously something over his. And he's not colored necessarily black and white that I can tell, but he's kind of gray and kind of white bellied.
Makes me wonder if they saw the feet.
Oh,
Maybe it says in the story if it had, feet like a penguin also.
maybe it does. So today in creepy history, 14th February 1968, 7 a.m. The other last one was 7 p.m. This one's 7 a.m. Tuscumba, Missouri, farmer Claude Edwards, 64, walks towards his barn when he notices his cattle staring at a huge mushroom-shaped object out in the field. We were just talking about mushroom UFOs with Mr. E.
Yeah.
So there you go. Staring at a huge mushroom-shaped object out in his field. At first, Edwards mistakes the 15-foot wide grayish-green dome as a parachute, but soon notices it is sitting on top of an 18-foot tall cylinder pillar. Well, that's weird. I wish they would have showed. I wish they would have showed us that picture.
What?
So it's got a pillar, and then it's got a dome-shaped, so it looks like a mushroom, right?
Okay.
Well,
All right.
it has a stem, and it has the top part of a mushroom. Along the edge of this dome are numerous bright, multicolored lights. Edward didn't realize beneath the structure are a group of tiny, strange creatures scurrying about. That would be cool to see that. Wouldn't that be cool to see a mushroom and a bunch of space penguins running around all over?
And you know what? It seems like the old reports when we were, kids or before when we were born, the reports was multicolored lights. We don't really hear reports of any ships or UFOs having multicolored lights, all around,
We need to start looking up. We need to start looking up in the local newspapers of these things and actually see what the reporters or the newspapers say about if it's even in them.
Yeah.
About little space penguins running around a mushroom. So anyway, it says a group of tiny, strange creatures scurrying about. They are less than a meter tall, gray-green in color, have wide set black eyes, and are dark protuberance where a nose or mouth might be. So that's that. That's that like breathing apparatus. At least that's what it looks like to me.
So they're gray-green.
Gray-green. So they're not black or white, or they're not gray or white. They're gray-green.
Somebody's playing around with genetics.
They have arms, but no visible hands or feet.
Oh.
Edwards would claim they looked like little green penguins. He then walks towards the objects and gets 15 feet from it, taking time along the way to throw 2 rocks. I think that says racks, but I think it's supposed to be rocks.
Yeah, go ahead. Just start throwing rocks at something that's
that could probably shoot a laser at you, or
just throw rocks at it and see what it does to you,
or abduct you. I mean, I haven't heard of anybody being abducted by space penguins, but it probably happened. I gotta sneeze. I don't know why.
This one's cracking me.
I don't know. I thought I had to sneeze. I had that feeling like I had to sneeze. So I don't know if the space penguins were making me laugh, or I had to sneeze, or something. I don't know. But anyway, he got 15 feet from it, taking time along the way to throw 2 rocks at it. Soon he finds his path blocked by an invisible force field.
Ooh.
Wow, these penguins really have some good technology. They got flying mushrooms and Wow. By now, the creatures have retracted back inside the mushroom-shaped object, which begins to rock back and forth before silently lifting off and rocketing away.
Rocked back and forth.
So I wonder how they got in the mushroom. They don't tell us that. Was there a did a walkway come down? Was there a ladder that penguins had to waddle their little butts up, or did they just automatically teleport into the mushroom?
Well,
I'm gonna have to share this with Mr. E. I bet he'll get a laugh out of this.
Yeah, why would they want to come and visit us? All we do is throw rocks at them when they come down, or shoot them, or
maybe they saw the cows and wanted to go play with them, or never seen cows before. Maybe their mushroom runs on manure.
Yeah,
because where do they grow mushrooms in?
Cow piles.
Yeah. Maybe they needed that. Maybe, I don't know. It doesn't say they gathered anything, but
it still almost looks like a gas mask on his face.
Ooh, Lynn Lou says her dad was one of the group of men who would go out on cattle mutilations back in the 80s.
Ooh.
In Mendocino County area in California.
Foggy and cold, creepy. And they
so
just
this
stopped.
Guy is
wow, and then they just stopped.
This guy is gray-green in color. So they didn't say anything about it being a suit.
Well, even the grays don't look like a suit, but it still kind of looks like a suit.
No arms or feet, or no hands, no visible hands or feet, but that looks like they have like flippers or whatever from like what penguins would normally have. So I'm assuming maybe,
like Daryl just said, the whole thing is a hazmat suit.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
So who knows what it actually looked like underneath? It might look like a penguin on the outside because of that, but it could be like an octopus looking thing on the inside. I don't know.
Well, we don't know if it waddled like a penguin or if it hopped. I mean, look at last week. Almost everything hopped last week when we were reading these things. So we don't know how it actually, did it walk back to the ship, or was that part?
He said they were scurrying around.
Had to have
scurrying around the bottom of it.
And
then as soon as he got there, they went inside the ship. And it doesn't say how they got in the ship. It just says they went into the ship. So I'm assuming they were close enough to the ship where they just hurried up and got in it. Or like I said, can they teleport themselves into the ship anytime they want? Did they had to walk up a plank into the mushroom? It doesn't. Does a stem have an elevator going up where they just went in like a little elevator and zipped up inside? Or I don't know. Doesn't tell us.
It's just bizarre why we have such different creatures back then. Maybe these are grays and these were the first suits that they tried or something. And then they improved them and we ended up getting the little grays. Who knows?
Oh, that could be. We don't even know if it's really a biological. I'm assuming it is because it looks like it has a breathing apparatus over it where its mouth or bill or nose would be.
Doesn't look like they have ears or any holes for ears or anything.
No, it might have a slit. Might not have just showed it on the. But penguins have little tiny ears, don't they?
I don't know now.
Don't king penguins in them? I think they have little tiny ears.
Or do they have little holes?
I don't know.
Someone in chat, let us know. Look up penguins. Do they have ears? Do penguins have ears? I don't think they do.
So the space penguins from 1967 on February 14th.
That is hilarious.
58 years ago.
Space penguins.
So there you go.
I think that was one of the funniest ones we've done so far. We've done a lot of these.
That's a good one. I like that one.
Okay, Amber says they have holes like birds. Yeah, because I didn't think a penguin had ears.
Okay.
They have holes like birds. Because well,
All right.
most birds.
Yeah, I guess they do have. I guess they
Mhm.
do have. Yep. For some, maybe it was a king penguin that have tufts up there, and I was thinking those were ears, but I don't know. I guess they're right. No, I don't think penguins do have ears.
Well, they have ears. They just don't have outward ears.
Right.
That was a good one. Space penguins.
So and then
and then, and then.
next we have a report from February 18th, 1996. So we're getting more recent.
Oh.
So this is from California.
There you go, Dwarfy. 1996 in California.
So this says shortly after the first reports in 1995, Puerto Rico's chupacabra was catapulted to cryptid fame. And it wasn't long before it joined a pantheon of legendary beasts. Oh, I like that. That's a good phrase. I have to remember that. Pantheon of legendary beasts.
Pantheon of legendary beasts.
Yep. Such as a Yeti, Bigfoot, and a Loch Ness Monster, which I have those on my shirt tonight. I have the Chupacabra, I have Bigfoot, I have Mothman.
And they're all riding on Loch Ness?
And they're all riding on Loch Ness. So I have those guys on my shirt.
Oh, my.
In fact, you could call it Chupacabra fever.
I was smoking pot in 96 on that day.
Oh, did you see any chupacabras?
Maybe this is Brown Dwarf seeing something strange in this report.
Did you see any El Chupras?
That's
El
funny.
Chupa. El Chupaca.
And you were out mushroom hunting.
That's not a far stretch. El Chupacabra to El Chewbacca.
El Chewbacca?
El Chewbacca. Anyway.
What you been smoking?
I don't know. Not enough, I guess. I don't know. So it says, where was I? In fact, you could call it chupacabra fever.
Chupacabra fever?
Yeah, because everybody was just crazy and talking about chupacabras, and it was all over the news and newspapers. So it catapulted to cryptid fame. And then it says, in fact, you could call it chupacabra fever, as people in masses begin to report sightings of this creature, not just in Puerto Rico, but all across North America.
We had a song called Chupacabra Fever.
Yeah. Is that a Pac-Man fever?
Chupacabra fever.
So it should come as no surprise that this case too had been lumped in with quite often with the fabled goat sucker. However, it is a rare report of multiple creatures in one location as well as a UFO. Keep it creepy. So this is saying a goat sucker and chupacabra are separate.
They just say keep it creepy.
They always say it keep it creepy at the end of their stories, or usually they do.
Oh, welcome in, Jessica.
Hi, Jessica.
Yeah, nice to see you. Jessica Kensworthy. Oh, welcome to our chat. Oh, that's him.
That's him.
There you go.
I think that's interesting, though. It says, so it should come as no surprise that this case, too, has been lumped in with quite often with the fabled goat sucker.
Mm-hmm.
However, it is rare report of multiple creatures in one location as well as a UFO. Keep it creepy.
It's got a goat mouth.
So I thought chupacabra meant goat sucker, but this is almost saying that they're two separate things, unless I'm reading it wrong. I don't know.
Wow. back in
Somebody
96.
tell me, doesn't chupacabra mean goat sucker? That's what I always thought it was.
Dwarf will know.
El chupa, come on, that's goat sucker. That's goat.
Dwarf, help us out.
I think,
Wow.
yeah, I think El chupa is, I think that's goat and cabra is sucker, or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe it's sucker of goat. I don't know. Spanish is not my strong suit.
Goats suck.
Go suck a goat.
My goats don't suck. They're cute.
Yeah, they're cute goats.
Yeah. Speaking of goats.
So this image that they drew the image, and I guess we'll go ahead and zoom in on this guy like we have all the other ones. So he's got red eyes. Does look like he has a goat head. That looks like a goat to me. Then he's got spines. I don't know if those are two horns, and then he's got spines. Then he's got scales. Looks like he's got big claws on his hand. Spines going down his back. It's got furry legs, and they look like goat legs to me. The only thing that don't look right is the bushy tail. Goats don't usually have that kind of tail. So it looks like it's a cross between a goat and a lizard or reptile or something. A lizard. I don't know. What do you guys in chat think? Chupa is suck and cabra is goat. So there we go. El chupacabra. El chupacabra. Chupa. Hey, Fast Timmy, welcome in. So it says in this image that Creepy Acres made up, it says today in Creepy History, 18th of February, 1996, 9 p.m., Sherman Oaks, California. A man identified only as Marcel and a friend drive down 101 West Road, a highway running along the entire west coast of the contiguous United States. Contiguous United States. As they pass through Los Angeles neighborhood of Sherman Oaks, they see a creature running alongside their car. It is gray in color with short snout and tail. A row of sharp spikes runs down its scaly back. The eyes glow red and are teardrop shaped. Marcel describes it as resembling an upright bipedal goat. Wanting to avoid hitting the creature, they swerved and skid off the road. Two other vehicles pull over, having witnessed the crash. Marcel then notices two more similar creatures running towards a bright light, hovering silently over a nearby clearing. While the incident is reported to the police, nothing comes of it. So here again, you have a cryptid reported as going into a vehicle or a thing hovering over a bright light silently hovering over. So was it an orb? Was it a UFO? What was it?
Welcome in, Fast Timmy.
Sherman Oaks is in the valley.
He has one tail, or the other one does kind of look like two tails, but they sure didn't make that other leg more hairy than
that's what it is.
The one in the front.
I thought that was his tail. But that's the inside of his leg.
But it's looks more hairy.
Yeah, that's so I don't know.
One tail. That tail striped like a zebra.
That looks like a goat tail.
But it looks striped like a zebra.
Well,
That's not a goat tail. Goats have this itty bitty little thing on their butt. They don't have long tails.
Oh, maybe it's a donkey's tail then, or something else, some other kind of tail. I don't know. That is weird. Well, it's a mixture of animals anyway. I thought it looked like a goat mixed with a lizard or something.
Yeah, a lot of these are a combination of things. That's what's wild. We probably know where they're coming from.
So by the end of the story, they said there was multiple 2 more similar creatures running towards a bright light, hovering silently in nearby clearing.
An egg.
Could have been an egg.
Maybe it's an egg.
It was glowy and it was
That's what
silent.
I mean. Wonder if these eggs, some people, are seeing, maybe they glow.
So we had 2 reports tonight that said the mushroom was silent that took off, and this thing was silent. This light. So there you go. That is today in creepy history, February 18th, 1996.
Yay.
From California, brown dwarfs area.
Yeah. So what part of California is it?
Oh, you must not have.
No.
I said it in here.
Yes,
It was Los Angeles neighborhood of Sherman Oaks.
Oh, okay. Oh.
And Bigfoot dwarf said in chat, Sherman Oaks. Where was it? Sherman Oaks is here in the valley.
Wow. Well, go hunting. He might still be out there somewhere.
So that's a valley cryptid. Does it say totally and tubular and
instead of Valley Girls, the Valley Cryptid.
Valley cryptid? Yeah, there you go. There's T-shirts right there for you, dwarf.
Yeah, there's T-shirts. Valley Cryptids.
Totally tubular, man.
Brown Dwarf says,
of course, we probably say those words, but I don't know if they even use those words. Does anybody know? Did the kids really in the valleys use totally and tubular and
gag me with a spoon?
Yeah, or was that just part of the movies that we saw growing up?
Valley Cryptid. Yeah, dwarf likes that.
So there you go. You can make up some cryptid shirts for the valley, man.
The Legend of the Valley Cryptids.
All right. I think that's
they ate the Valley Girls.
That was the last one for February that I have so far.
Oh, we're almost in March too. Isn't that crazy?
We had 3 of them.
Wow. Yeah, some weeks there's no reports.
Yeah.
Yeah, back in the day, girl.
Back in the day, man.
Totally.
I never ran into the kids because I never left Illinois when I was that age, in the 80s. I was strictly, maybe Iowa, maybe Indiana, Wisconsin, maybe the states around us. But going to California, that was way too far off.
So was it something that was real, or was it something in a movie or a show, and it started these girls to start talking like that and acting like that? Did they manifest the Valley Girls?
I don't know. I assume they really talked like that because I've seen videos supposedly of live, real kids in malls and stuff from the Valley, and they talked like that. But I don't know for sure if that was just a local thing or.
Brown Dwarf says, check out the movie 3 Days in the Valley.
See, I only remember the movie The Valley Girls or whatever that was called. I think it was Valley Girls.
3 Days in the Valley. Is it creepy? Cryptids?
Does it have El Chupa in it?
El Chupa?
El Chewbacca.
El Chupa.
Chewbacca.
El Chupa.
Chupacabra.
Y'all got to come visit one day. Well, we will, but right now we've got 50 plus chickens and 4 goats and cats and a dog and no kids around here that can take care of them.
Robin says we all talked that way in the 70s in San Diego in the movie Big Wednesday.
Ah.
See, I don't think I haven't seen the movie Dwarfs talking about, and I haven't seen Big Wednesday. All I know is the reference is like Valley Girls or some of those kind of movies where they obviously overemphasized how they talked, but
I know what you're going to watch tomorrow.
No. I got too much other stuff to do.
What? Why is it when you retire, you got more stuff? You're more busy than When you were, we've
Well,
heard people say that, and it's true. Since you've retired, it's like the days go by. It's like, oh my gosh, there's so much to do. You're doing this, you're
yeah,
doing
but
that.
my
Once in a
busy
while,
isn't really necessarily taking
busy.
care of repairs or stuff like that because we keep up on that pretty good anyway. But my days go by researching
Hmm.
for rabbit holes and shows and guest appearances. I mean, we're going to be doing. We just did a show on Tartaria on Scary Cast with Dr.
Yeah,
John Stammy,
yeah.
and we're going to be, as far as I know, we're going to be
Regular.
keynote speakers on a Tartaria conference that's going to be online. Then there'll be
Oh
one
yeah.
later in the year coming up for in person. So look forward to that. We'll be sharing the link when it happens. So it'll be online first. We're going to have a panel discussion on Tartaria,
And then last night's show will be aired in the future sometime on
yeah, give
iHeart,
them,
Spotify, something like that. So yeah,
yeah.
we
So
just did a
John,
radio show last night. It was a lot of fun on Tartaria.
give John a couple days to get it posted, probably 3 or 4, but he'll get it up there on Scary Cast.
It just seems like you dig down these rabbit holes, you're finding more rabbit holes, you're coming up with more questions, and then some things go, oh, that kind of makes sense. And you put some pieces to the puzzle, and then you look over there and there's still missing pieces. And oh
Hi,
my.
Derek.
Hi,
Welcome.
Derek.
Good to see you.
Woo Reezy.
So we got Robin says Jan Michael Vincent. He was big back in the day.
I don't know that. Who's that?
Movie actor.
Hmm. Yeah, when I was young, I definitely didn't know people's names.
I don't know. I just like movies and TV shows, so I love when I find old movies and TV shows that have famous actors like Robert Duvall or Marlon Brando or any of those kind of people like that we're used to seeing them old in movies when we can see them like in Outer Limits or Twilight Zone or some other movie like that, and they're in scary movies. I mean, William Shatner, sure, he's in Star Trek and and all this stuff he's doing now. All these history shows and discovery shows about paranormal and all this kind of stuff. But he started off in little parts in like Twilight Zone and One Step Beyond, and there's actually like 3 of them I think I've seen him in shows like that.
That's wild seeing some of these people so young. They're either late teens or early 20s in some of these old movies.
But I mean, if you remember him in his police series, him and I think it was Angie Dickinson. I think, unless I'm misquoting that, but he was big in was it T.J. Hooker?
Yeah, that's what it was. I was trying to think, what was that? It was T.J. Hooker. Yeah.
But in the 50s, when he was first starting out doing these Twilight Zones, he actually had roles as like a police detective in the big towns and solving murder mysteries and stuff like that. So he started with the police thing, then he went into the paranormal kind of space realm, and then he went back into the, then into Star Trek, and then back into the police, TJ Hooker and stuff like that. Now he's back into the paranormal and woo stuff again. So he's like kind of rotating his things.
It's kind of like our show. We're into everything. Anything that's weird and strange and woo and
yeah, I don't care what it is. If it's
mysterious,
paranormal, cryptid,
trying to find the truth,
something strange and weird,
something hidden from us, finding out that was a lie this whole time. What? You never know what you find when you go down rabbit holes.
There was actually another Bigfoot sighting around us.
What?
Yeah. Same area as the Canton,
Oh.
Galesburg kind of area, but this was at a wildlife prairie park.
That's even closer.
They didn't see the Bigfoot, but they found footprints in the snow that had a long gait,
Oh my God.
and the
Was he
footprints were
checking out the animal?
huge. So they took pictures. I got the pictures. I should have uploaded them, but I ran
Oh,
out of time tonight and
wow.
I didn't think about it. But we can share those pictures maybe next week, and we'll tell the story of
Oh,
the recent. And it's on BFRO.
that's only like 50 minutes from here.
So we've had, this will be the third, I believe, the third Bigfoot sighting in our area.
Maybe he was checking out the animals there at the Wildlife
Maybe.
Prairie
I mean,
Park.
that's a big park. It's all
Yeah.
trees and prairie and
As,
wildlife and all
as
kinds
cold
of
as
stuff.
it is, they're probably all locked up because it is pretty darn cold. Wow, that's awfully close.
And
Wow.
then we had a Mothman, in Bloomington
Yeah.
at the college. So we've had a
University.
Mothman and three Bigfoot sightings, and they're all listed. They're all listed in BFRO. I don't think the Mothman is. I don't know if Mothman would. I don't know if
Dorothy's,
I don't know if there's a site where they list Mothmans or other cryptids besides Bigfoot.
Dorothy's going next week.
Yeah. Well, we got a map to show yet tonight. The medieval map that we showed on Jessica the Cryptid Huntress that everybody seemed to love. So I thought since we mentioned it last week, that we love talking about maps and finding old history. So I uploaded all the images so we can share them with you tonight. And so we'll go through it with you guys. So I think I got like 25 pictures to show that we can talk about. So we got that coming up. So that'll last a while.
I need to download more creepy sounds.
Yeah.
I
Got any,
know.
got any Tartaria sounds?
No, just
I don't know. I was reading in a history book today that Tartarians had their own language. So they weren't Russian, even though we say Tartaria is up there by Russia, Asia.
yeah. So they
That
had their own
they
language
actually
too.
had their own language, and
Oh, that means that language is gone.
I think it's gone. Yeah, I was getting ready to say that.
Oh.
And while I was reading through another history book online, I was reading it online though, this one, that Tartarians took over China at one point or another.
Because I think they had that whole region. Yeah, then it turned into Russia and China.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But Tartarians built the Chinese wall.
Maybe they went to Shangri-La. Oh, that does make sense. The Tartarians making, yeah, but what's weird about that wall is, like people say, it's not them inside pointing out. It's meant for someone pointing, like keeping something in.
Well, no. If you look at it, it borders between where Tartaria was and China now is. So they're speculating that the holes or the watchtowers were facing to the Chinese side. So it's like Tartaria was trying to keep the mongrels, like, so I don't know if it was Genghis Khan or what the time period was, but so they were trying to keep the raiders out of Tartaria. And eventually they took over. Tartaria took over parts of China. So there in that world history, it actually listed Tartaria and China Tartaria as like it was its own little region that they took over or became part of Tartaria.
Maybe the rest of them went down to Shangri-La. That's in that area too, right?
Shangri-La is in the Himalayas.
Broadway says yes, I agree on the wall.
So there was actually pictures I saw online where it shows that the openings that you would shoot arrows or weaponry or even the watchtowers are on the wrong side. So it's not China looking out, it's somebody on the other side looking in.
Well, speaking of walls, I don't know what I was watching last night. Maybe Brown Dwarf has seen it. It could have been John Levy. It could have been my lunch break. I don't know. I've been binge watching so many shows until like 4 in the morning. But they were talking about a brick wall, not as high as China, but brick walls that they're finding out in California. And I didn't know if Brown Dwarf came across any of these walls or if he knows about them. I could probably go back in my history and find out who I was watching last night, but they're talking about these brick walls that they're finding out in California. Isn't that interesting?
Lynn says she thought Tartarians spoke some kind of Muslim. They may be the Moorish. I don't know. I don't think what I was reading, or maybe I skipped over that part in the book I was reading today, that from whatever reason they gave me the impression they don't know what they spoke. They just knew it was different than the other people in the area. So I don't know.
And yeah, Shangri-La is in Inner Earth. That's why I'm saying, did they find, while they're escaping or whatever, did they find Shangri-La and they're Inner Earth now?
Shambhala.
Shambhala? We don't know.
It's supposed to be in the Himalayas.
Or did they kill every single one off? Oh, he has heard of the walls, but haven't seen them. Lots on the coast also.
Yeah, and there's also the wall that they discovered in a farm field or out in the field. I don't know if it's Texas or somewhere close to that area, one of the states there, that the farmer dug down for some reason. I don't know if he hit something or when he was plowing, but for whatever reason, he started excavating this whatever it was, and it ends up being this great big I mean, it's down in the ground a long ways, and it's a wall, and it has the blocks. It's not big like pyramid blocks or anything like that, but they're big blocks, and it's a wall right out in the middle, of this field. It goes for a long ways, and it goes way down.
Man, that mud flood, whatever happened, had to have been so hot that, man, that was deep. Oh my goodness.
So he ended up having people come out and look at it. Then he got nervous because too many people were starting to come around, so he buried it back up in this field.
What?
So it's still there, and he knows where it's at, and people know where it's at, but he didn't want all the people trekking around, and
wow,
he was afraid people might try to take pieces off of the wall, or you know how people are.
Mm-hmm. Did you have all kinds of people showing up? Have you guys seen the movie The Wall? They said they were fighting monsters. The Wall.
It kind of looked like that chupacabra. Remember the movie we watched? There was those two thieves or whatever were out in the desert, and they went down this valley, and then they found that monster in a cave, or they were in a cave and the monster, and they killed it. And they took it to the nearest outpost, which was I'm going to say Chinese. I don't know what they were, but it was kind of like an Asian thing. But the women were fighters, and they dove off the wall to attack the people. Remember that? And they were like on rubber bands or
kind of
bungee cords, and they'd spring back up on the platform. Well, all these creatures started coming down out of the valley to try to attack them, but they looked like big giant chupacabras is what they looked like to me. But yeah, it was a good movie. I think did it have was it Matt Damon? I don't know. I get those actors mixed up. I don't know if it's Matt Damon or not. Hi, Latro.
Hi, Latro. He's just sticking his head and saying hi. Yeah, it's cold up here in Illinois.
Cold.
Supposed to warm up in a couple days.
Yeah, it's not bad. We just make it a few more days, and it'll start No, Crouching Tiger and Hidden Dragon was more of a kung fu movie, and this one kind of had that kung fu aspect to it, but this was more of a monster movie. So it is called The Wall, I think, the Great Wall. I think it's called the Great Wall.
Yeah, it's 15 there. What is it now? Let me check my phone. 6 degrees here. Nope,
Yeah.
sorry, it changed. 5. It's
supposed to
5
get supposed
degrees.
to get below zero and minus something with wind chill by morning. So, speaking of,
And then
I guess we can go ahead and start the map unless people in chat want to talk about something else, and we can do the map a little bit later, or we can do the map now.
can we vote out the cold? I'm over it. Yes, I'm over it too. I dread feeding my animals, but they have to have the water to keep warm.
Yeah.
So I bundle out and fill up their waters, feed them real quick. There's been no eggs for like 3 or 4 days. It's so cold, nobody's laying. And I come back in the house. It's been so bad. The wind's been terrible. Now the wind is slowing down a little bit, but I'm not hearing howling down the chimney tonight.
No, it was cold letting the dog out though.
Man. Amber just had snow again today. More coming in a few hours. And we got like 2 little storms. We got like 4 inches total out of all of it.
Yeah, we didn't. So far, we've really been lucky here.
Yeah, normally, I mean, we get 8, 10, 12 inches out of these storms, but well, they were calling for 8 to 10 out of this last storm. We were under a winter storm warning.
We were supposed to get hit hard before
Yeah.
before it left to go to the East Coast, and
we got like 2 inches.
It shifted one way or another, and we just got normal 1 to 3 inches. Sometimes it wasn't even hardly 1 inch on one of the storms.
Yeah, and then the second storm was actually more wind and got like 2 inches out of that one.
So we've been really lucky so far, but I'm afraid of the old saying, you know, winter comes in like a lamb and roars out like a lion. So we could still get dumped on. I mean, we still got a lot of time yet before winter's over.
I'm waiting for my purple martins. I'm ready for my purple martins to show back up. I want spring.
We got another house we need to order.
I know. We need to order another house since the raccoon pretty much destroyed that one last year. Yeah, I'm ready for spring. Get the purple martins back.
So I think we'll take the old house.
I'm going to give that to the sparrows.
Put it up on top of the 10-foot tall chicken pen and let the sparrows have at it. And keep the ones out by the field for the martins. All right, I think we'll go ahead and do the map, then we'll talk later about other stuff, I guess, unless you want to do something else.
Well, we can do the map. Amber was saying that, yeah, they got the flood, and now it's snow. Wow. Oh, my goodness. Beautiful.
So this is the Hereford Chapel or church. You could call it a cathedral, but it's a church.
Does it say when that was built or founded?
Is in the medieval times, and I believe it was like the 13th century. Maybe earlier than that. I think that's the article that I was reading.
That's stunning for the 13th.
Of course, I'm going by memory because it's been over a year since we talked about this on Jessica's channel, but we just kind of highlighted the map a little bit and didn't really get into the church.
That don't look like medieval.
What's it look like?
Beautiful. We were just told medieval was more, the Vikings and them fighting, and they didn't have gorgeous buildings and stuff. Oh my gosh, that's stunning.
This is the first one that we've seen a star.
Oh,
wow. Stained glass.
Wow. The details of that one is beautiful.
So it's got all kinds of. It's got some spires and steeples and stained glass everywhere, and so this is where they found the they're calling it the Hereford, but it's called the Mappa Mundi map of the world. So Mappa Mundi means map of the world, basically.
That's where this is the church that map was in.
Yes, it was actually.
All right.
It's kind of one of those things, that it was like they didn't even know they had it. It was in their archives or in this old storage area. They were like in sections all rolled up. It's just, I mean, it's a huge map. It's giant. And it was all rolled up, and they didn't even know they had it. And, it was all dusty, and nobody's been back there for, I guess, centuries. I don't know.
Oh, my God.
However long. And then they were going to clean that area up and throw, like anything, like a spring cleaning kind of deal. They were going to throw stuff away. And then all of a sudden they discovered, hey, this might be something we need to look at, and they figured out it was this old ancient hand-drawn map of the world, or the world that they knew of it at that time, I should say. So it's not the whole world. It's just it's like Asia, Europe kind of area. And I'll show you, I think I got a slide kind of showing what areas it covers. So the United States or North America won't be in this at all.
I was thinking the same thing as Robin. Is that star lined up with the sun a certain time of year or something?
See, I couldn't tell
you wonder.
This is
facing. And
I don't know what. I tried to get as high a definition of picture I could, but so I don't know what these figures are doing in that carving. So I can get, I got as high a definition of picture I could of the church, but when you zoom in, obviously you lose some quality, but I tried to get one that we could actually zoom in and see some features anyway.
For the 14th century, that's amazing. Old world.
The other thing I noticed that these aren't the big blocks. These are smaller blocks.
Yeah, because the castles were supposed to come from medieval time. They used big blocks.
So I don't know.
Huh. Very beautiful, that's for sure.
So this church on the inside, it's multifaceted. It has lots of historical value, and this is actually the sarcophagus or tomb of St. Thomas. So if you want to look up in the New Testament about St. Thomas, the one that says show me in order for me to believe, that this is the St. Thomas that's encrypted in this church.
And there's probably marble and granite in that church too, isn't there? How in the world did they carry that stuff back then? That stuff's heavy.
I don't know.
I have a granite sphere, which is small, and that thing is heavy. Actually,
the top of it and all this enclosure is all new. So only the stone base, I believe, is original or under. Actually, he's in the floor of the church, and they put that over top of it, as a monument or to keep people from obviously exhuming the body. But the red part is all new age. Might not be new. Might be 100 years old. I don't know, but that's all decoration that the church has added to the top of this. So that is St. Thomas, the one from the New Testament.
And yes, I agree with Amber and Robin because all these old world buildings had giant doors and stuff. So yes, we know giants were a part of this realm or 1,000 year period or whatever this what
Well,
we're old world era that's hidden from us. We know
right.
there's giants, but I still am wondering if some of this is angelic. I
Yeah,
just
Robin's, Amber
Mhm.
said giants, Robin said angels.
Angels, yeah,
But
both.
the other aspect, we
Oh,
talk about this, and this is why we're going to be on this in this conference as keynote speakers, that we think some of the buildings were Tartarian buildings, old world. So the doorways were so huge that because Tartarians
they
was
were giants.
they were 12 feet tall, 8 to
Mhm.
12 feet tall. So were the doorways for them? We think giants like fee
Mhm.
fi fo fum, those kind of giants, but maybe they were civilized and maybe they were Tartarians.
Isn't there some place in the Bible that talks about some of these archangels and they're humongous, humongously tall? Because some of those doors, like we were saying, okay, giants were such and such. So those doors look bigger than even a giant. Hey, they're the cryptid hunters. Hey, we're doing the maps and stuff. We're on your subject.
Yeah. Hi, Jessica.
We were just talking about being on your show about a year or so or whatever it was when we were doing
Doing
these maps.
doing the Mappa Monday, and I got some new screenshots, some new pictures that
Yeah,
I
you got new stuff.
uploaded. So I
You
got
got new
some I
stuff.
got some new stuff that we haven't even done on your show yet, and I got some more new maps.
Fallen angels. Yeah, fallen angels. Yeah, regular. Yeah, we
Yeah, who
don't know.
knows? It could be Tartarians, it could be angels, it could be just giants.
Hi, Clay. But like
Hi,
we were
Clay.
saying, the Tartarians were mainly over in the Russia China area. These buildings are worldwide. So there was something different going on back then. And then if you look at the old videos and photos in the 1800s, everyone's dressed like they're millionaires.
Right.
Beautiful hats and their clothes. And I mean, they just looked like they came out of, the Victorian era, not the Dark Age, medieval times. Don't know. It just seemed like everybody had a lot of money back then when we were told they were poor and
Right.
lived in wooden houses out in the prairie.
So
I
this
don't know.
so this church also has a library that is called the chained books. So they are
They are tuned out.
those chains are actually attached to the books, so people couldn't take off with them or steal them or whatever. You had to get permission to look at them. Kind of like
Oh my.
remember in Game of Thrones when
Oh, what's his name?
when
What that library?
Sam had to go to the college or the learning, and they
Yeah.
had their books behind gates and they
Oh,
were
that's
chained.
right. And not everyone was allowed
Right.
to
So
get those
these books
books.
predate this church, even a lot of them. They're history and biblical texts and all kinds of stuff in these.
So it makes you wonder where if it predated that church, then where
No, the books. I'm
the books
saying their
predate
collection of books. Some of them predate the church.
right. So where in
So
the world did they
not the library was built before the church, but some of these books that they have,
I wonder if anyone knows the history of where the books even came from.
I doubt it.
Wow.
Probably not even allowed to even look at them.
Wow. No late returns on those books.
Yeah. Could you imagine what can you imagine what the fine would be for centuries having a book checked out? Sorry, I'm late bringing it back.
That's funny. Wow.
So here is the Monday or the Mappa
So that's the map
Monday.
we found.
So you kind of lose a little bit, but I can kind of scan around, but I got individual scans of the whole map. So this goes everywhere from
Did you see what Jessica said?
No.
I wish we all dressed up again like that. Nothing wrong with wearing PJs to Walmart, but
All right. I mean, anymore, it seems like, unless you're a Wall Street guy or a lawyer or something like that, you don't really wear suits or
oh,
dress like that.
Lateral's got a good one. Is Jerusalem in the center of this one?
Yes, it is.
Oh my God.
So here is some of the biblical parts. So they have biblical parts. And then you have medieval stuff, and you have some creatures, you have different parts of the regions throughout this. And
Is there a North Pole area?
no, this is Europe. I don't think the North Pole or Antarctic is anywhere,
Okay.
unless this was it before it was iced over. I don't know. So there's all kinds of weird animals and weird people. I don't really want to call them creatures or monsters, but sometimes we do.
Living beings. How about that? They're not aliens or creatures, or just another form of living being.
Well, some of them, some things are real on this map. Some things could be mythical. Some things could be whatever. I mean, I find it hard to believe that they would put things on this map that didn't exist when they have real things on this map that we know for certain that they exist. But I mean, that's up for everybody to decide whether there was, say, unicorns or Bigfoots or Dogman or whatever. Some things resemble those things on this map and other maps that we have, and sea creatures. This one doesn't have any sea creatures. This is all land.
Is this the one that has blemmies?
It does have blemmies.
Okay.
So Jessica's just in time to see the blemmies again.
Blemmies. I want to hug a blemmie.
So there's the top part of the map with a little bit of the biblical thing, because you have God or Jesus. This is portrayed as Jesus. When I get the closer ones, you'll see you got the angels off to the side, like he's on his throne. So that's how the top of the map starts.
Now, is there a date up for this?
Well, like I said, it was like the 14th century.
Okay.
So I don't know exactly when it might have said when the map was made, but I'm just going by the 14th century or medieval times.
Like blemmies are my favorite. Me too, Jessica. I think they're cute.
So if you turn that map, so you see that
Oh,
part that looks kind of like Florida. That's right down there. So this part right here
oh,
on this new part is going to be over here. So they're going to do a quarter turn on this map for this one slide that I'm showing to give you a reference. So everything lines up. So you got Russia, you got UK, Germany, China, Turkey, Greece, Israel, Iraq, India, Egypt, Spain, France, the UK. So that's what this map is covering. Morocco. But they turned the map we were just looking at a quarter turn, so it lines up with how we would see a map of today with these countries. So then you got the biblical side of this map, which you can see the Jerusalem in the center, or highlighted there with Jesus on the cross. Then you got all that Nazareth and the Valley of Cana, Galilee. You got Caesarea. You got
this lines up.
Jericho. You got Hebron. You got Tripoli.
This lines up with my new rabbit hole. Oh my gosh.
New rabbit hole. We did this like a year and a half ago.
No, it's a new part of some of this. I've been deep diving the last
I got you.
couple nights. No, we talked a little bit about it. I think there's something about the North Pole because they always talk about the South Pole. They want us to focus on the South Pole. But what are they hiding in the North Pole? That's what I'm wondering. Even if it is underwater, there was something there. Like these old maps, they just kind of look like they're pointing to the North Pole, and they never talk about the North Pole. So I feel like they're hiding something up there.
Probably.
Interesting.
Well, it could be a
And it may
black
be underwater, whatever.
pyramid. It could be the hole going down to the center of the earth. I mean,
Right.
just like the North Pole.
There's something about up there, yeah. So that's why the last couple of days I've been kind of drawn to like, oh, that's kind of interesting. They don't want you to explore something that they aren't talking to you about. They're always pointing you to the opposite direction. Santa, yeah, yeah.
So there's a close up of Jesus, God, up on his throne, and the angels, the archangels, or I'm assuming they're archangels, but I don't know. They're angels anyway. And you can see they even put the supposed spikes in the feet and the hands.
This kind of lines up with the other rabbit hole that I was going down last week.
So that's one of the biblical aspects. But then there's other parts of the map that aren't biblical at all, as far as we know.
That's what I'm getting at, Rob. And they always twist and mimic things totally around. And there's seems like a black rock, but then they turned it around. They're using that for their purpose as a black rock. And yeah, there's some, and that's why I was kind of wondering, like, okay, is that a pyramid? Is that the Black Pyramid Jessica was remote viewing? So yeah, there's something about the North Pole.
So what you guys were saying earlier, I mean, here's a picture of the angels off the side of Jesus. One's blowing a horn or a trumpet.
Oh yeah,
whether that's Gabriel or whoever. I mean, it's obviously an angel.
A trumpet or a shofar.
And then that makes sense that they would have angels on here if, like you guys said, if the church was built by angelic beings. But I don't know. I mean, that's kind of a leap. That's kind of just a guess going along with what you guys said.
Oh, there's I don't know.
So then on another part of the map, right after you see Jesus
Is
and
that
the
Satan
angels,
bound?
this is demons or the devil taking people from earth
Or
to
is
the
it he's
gateway of
bound?
hell. And
Or
then
is he bound?
you can see like the serpent over
Oh
here in
my
the corner.
gosh.
So that's the gateway. That's the gateway to hell, and they're taking their captives or their people to hell. So that's on this map also.
That's kind of interesting.
And I don't know what the words say, so I don't know if they're Latin or
Anybody know
whatever.
Latin? Can
I mean,
anybody?
I'm sure there's a translation probably already of it, but I didn't get into that part. I was just getting into the images and all about the map itself.
That image right there goes along with a couple of those videos that I was watching last week.
So I believe this is on the left. I believe this is on the left side of the angels and Jesus sitting in the center. And then on the opposite side, you have the angels taking people to heaven through the pearly gates.
Wow, that lines up.
So one side you got the devil and the demons, and the other side you got the angels and God and his archangels or whoever are in the middle. Latro took Latin. Did any of it look like Latin to you, Latro? Does that look like Latin?
Is that Latin?
Or Greek? Maybe it's Greek.
No, there's something.
It might be Greek. I don't know.
Wow. Yeah, I sent those videos to Brown Dwarf and Robin and Tam. So
So
this is kind of
the
lining up with some of those.
the lettering in red looks like Greek to me. It could be Latin, but it looks Greek. I don't know. I could be wrong.
I wish I knew what that said.
So here is some of the examples, or could be examples, of what's they have people with long, like rabbit ears.
Oh, wow. That's a new one. I don't think I've seen that one.
And I don't really know what's different between this guy and this guy, what their special looking thing is, or what's, I mean, obviously they don't have any weird ears or anything like this guy, or they don't look like a blemmy. They don't look like that guy.
Yeah, if you don't know what a blummy is, they don't have a head and their face is on their chest.
And then this is the monocular. See, it says Homo monoculus. That's this one eye in the center of their head, which we sometimes think of giants or ogres
Well, that could
maybe
be.
having one eye.
Do we know if blemmies were short or if they were tall like giants?
I think they were. I think blemmies were ogre size. I think they were big.
Oh, so that cyclops or whatever could be a giant right there. The other
And
one,
if
the
you
other one
notice,
looks creepy. His foot's backwards.
yeah, I was getting ready to tell you, their feet are
What?
backwards on this guy, on this Homeopetibus. I don't even know if I'm saying it right, but so that's some of the human looking kind of characters on this map.
Latro says Brachy is stick.
Brachy is stick.
It may mean lung.
Where did he? Oh, right here, Brachy. Well, he's got. It looks like he has like a straw or a stick coming out
He
of his
does have a
mouth.
stick.
It's like a straw or a stick coming out of his mouth.
Thank you, Latros.
And what about Astomos?
Oh my. Then he says
That looks like
Pedibus's foot.
foot.
Pedibus. Is that the one with the backwards foot?
No, it's right above this guy.
No.
Astomos.
No. Pedibus.
Oh, P-E-D.
Yeah, it is the one with the foot.
Yeah,
okay, it is foot.
That's the guy that has the backwards feet.
Oh.
Then we got the blemmy. Then we got the monoculus, but I don't know what this Astomos.
Or the bunny ear dude.
He is figure one.
Fanfius?
Well, that's not an F.
Oh.
Because it's written in old.
Phangius? Is it a J? Phangius? Homophangius? Okay, that's an F right there. Okay, yeah. Wow.
I mean, it could be an F, but
J.
It's not like the
It's
other.
not like that
No,
F. Yeah, that F is definitely
this?
F.
I think that's ELSE, or I don't know. I'm guessing. It's been a long time since I've studied it.
Thomas may be star.
Oh. I don't see anything unusual. He's got kind of a crooked nose. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. It looks like he's got fur on his arms and torso.
Amber said, have you seen a zeitgeist? Zeitgeist?
I don't know what that is.
I don't know. If you find that word, that's what she's wondering if they're zeitgeist. I think that's how you say it.
Zeitgeist? Zeitgeist?
And Robin says online, I'm not saying all those, is a legendary race of mouthless humanoids which inhabited India and lived solely on the air, and they breathe and the sense they inhale. It's a
Well, this guy has a stick. I don't know if it's breathing or tasting or whatever. This guy doesn't look like he has a mouth.
Amber said it's a movie.
Oh. This guy doesn't look like he has a mouth, just a nose and eyes. They didn't draw a mouth in him.
So yeah, she's the documentary on Tubi if you like rabbit holes.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
So here's our first guy, the Minotaur.
He's playing with his tail.
Yep. So there's the Minotaur.
Oh, bye, Tanya. Thank you for stopping in.
Thanks, Tanya. So this is a bull. Minotaur is a bull type person. So that's one of the first ones that I picked off of the map, the highlight. And believe me, I got, I don't know, 20 some images of all these things, and I didn't even get all of them. I just got some of the ones I thought were cool. And so I still got more that I could possibly do. Plus I got other maps that have monsters and sea creatures and stuff in them. So once again, I don't know what any of the language on the side says, or I'm assuming it talks about them, especially the words right close to them. Because I know over here in the red, it says the Minotaur, Tori, or Tanri. So I'm assuming it's talking about the Minotaur. Then this one is a crocodile. And a human.
If that's a human.
Or something. He kind of looks like he's got a different kind of face, though. And he's got an axe or something. And he's riding or he's sitting on top of this crocodile. So it's not like the crocodiles we're used to that's low to the ground. It looks like this one's up higher, like a horse or something.
Maybe it's not a crocodile.
Well, that's what the interpretation that I found was crocodile.
Because it don't have a long snout like an alligator or a crocodile.
Oh, I don't know what they look like then, or like all the other animals and things. Maybe it's a cross between, just like our chupacabras or whatever. It might be a mixture of several animals together. So that is supposedly a crocodile. So I'm assuming this up here is crocodile or whatever, a crocodilia or whatever it says. And
crack.
I didn't turn it. I should have probably turned it the other way so we could see it.
Robin says lizard man.
Oh, lizard man.
Yeah, lateral says kind of rough with no saddle.
Yeah. Bareback like that. That's kind of tough. And these are Gangenes.
Gangenes.
And this is Gangmer, and I'm assuming that's the area or how they got their name. And I'm not sure what they're doing or see, it'd be a lot better if I could read the story or description of what they are doing or where they're from. I guess I should have done that.
That's part of the hidden history.
I'm not sure what this guy is down here below them. So I don't think that goes with them.
What if you type in some of that in Google the way it says?
Oh, I'm sure.
And then it would pop up.
Well, I'm sure there's probably even already a written.
Oh, that'd take time though.
a written thing that goes with this, and I just didn't look at it or download it or find it. So
Yeah, Robin said that one was almost like a lion man with paws. Right. These must be special kind of people that are doing something that special to trees,
well,
or
he's got
planting new trees or
like
something.
a stick, so I don't know if he's getting. See, I'm assuming that's fruit, or is that tree
Oh,
got eyes?
I bet it's fruit.
So whatever Gangene, maybe Gangene means fruit. I don't know. Maybe it's a type of fruit.
I think
there's your brother.
Hey, Tom. I think all these things went to inner earth. In Greek mythology, the Minotaur, also known as a mystical creature, head and tail of the bull. There's so many different combinations back then. Oh, that one's a different one.
So here's dragons, which is dracones.
Looks like they're showing land dragons and flying dragons, two different kinds.
Yep, looks like one's in the air and one's on the ground, possibly.
Still say dinosaurs were dragons. That's another lie. They're saying they're dinosaurs.
So I don't know.
Interesting.
So once again, I'm assuming if I would turn this sideways, we could probably see what all this says, because I think it goes with the dragons. And so I don't know why they wrote things sideways in different ways, where to look at the image, you'd have to turn it around to read the text.
Well, I've been noticing there's always some kind of a building drawn next to these creatures and next to their writings. Are they showing certain types of buildings as for these people or for these living beings, I wonder?
Well, this would be like
you see what
a
I'm
church. This would be like a church or some kind of like a capitol or some kind of building in the area, because these are all areas,
right,
where these dragons are only from this area, or these blemmies are only from this area. So they'll have a building kind of depicting, I guess, what was in the area or what people would know. So I don't know what kind of building that would be. It could be a church. It could be a meeting, like an acropolis, or
government building.
Yeah, or something. I don't know. It could be
almost like a Capitol building or something.
Could be where the king or the prince or whoever was there at the time.
King Dino. King Dragon. Oh,
and I don't know what pines or peems
oh wow
is, but it has a definitely weird looking tail body with weird feet.
No arms, just feet. Unless it balanced on its tail and that was his hands.
I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming that it was just that it was bipedal and then it had a long tail for balance or whatever. Or I mean, I don't know if this is made up or mythological or if it's a real thing, or
they're all in inner earth.
I have no idea what it is.
We don't know either, but I'm just guessing.
As far as the English language, they're saying pines or peens.
Peens.
I pronounce it pines because it's Pines, but up there it looks like it's totally different.
There's another building.
Yeah, I don't. This says this actually says Armima Mirazos. I don't know. So yeah, he's a bipedal as far as I can tell, and kind of has a lizard or some. I don't know if it's fur or if it's. I'm just guessing it looks like a lizard tail.
No, Amber had a good question. If they are in inner Earth now, if they knew, the mud flood was coming or some disaster, and they all these things went in the inner Earth, do th- um do you think they know we exist? I bet they do.
Oh, I'm sure that's probably why
If
they
they
went in
knew that
there.
people are above,
They
yeah.
probably went in their Earth because of us.
Yeah, I think they would probably know that we're up above. The strange, mean people that are on top of the earth.
Derek, this is the medieval Mappa Mundi.
If this is Greek, many of these could be simply mythological. Amber, what is your para world like? What do you mean? Amber goes to cemeteries and haunted houses and she explores the paranormal. She has seen creatures and a little naked dude running in the woods. That's my favorite.
Zombies.
That's my favorite story. Is her little
Cemetery
naked dude that she
zombies.
saw. So Amber is into the paranormal and she goes out and investigates.
So I don't know what tigalopes. I don't know how you pronounce it. I have no idea what that
Oh,
thing
there.
is either. It looks like it
Is
has
that a TI? Or is
well,
that
it's
a K? Agalopus? I don't know.
Agolopes as far as I can tell, but this is what they had as far as what the English translation for it was.
Wow.
But it has a little tail and has some kind of flippers or duck feet or something, and he's holding some kind of flower or vegetable or
It looks like a vegetable or something. Yeah.
something, and
He looks at it like he's puzzled, like, what is this?
yeah,
Do I smoke it? Do I eat it? What do I do
his
with it?
his hands drawn look normal. I'm assuming that's a hood or something or his clothing. But then you go down here and he's got a tail and duck feet.
Huh.
So I'm assuming if you Google this, the English translations that I have on these slides that I found, that you could probably tell you what it is, or I'm guessing. I don't know.
And just to advertise again, Derek, we have Amber on our show this coming Sunday. She is our next guest. And yes, go subscribe to Amber's Para World. She's got some good shows.
So there's the pines, and
That was different.
similar face.
It's got to be a necklace around their neck. That's a big necklace around the neck.
But
Still makes me wonder if they would.
He has a similar hook nose and stuff as the other guy.
Yeah, but he's got legs and arms. I think the other one balances on his tail.
I know, but I'm going by the facial
Yeah,
features
right.
is what I'm talking about. I know
But
the
the
bodies
nose.
are different. So I don't know. They're definitely two different things. And I don't know what these buildings, so we have a couple different buildings in and around. There's like a
Yeah,
castle and like
yeah,
a dome shaped thing, and another, this looks like a castle is what that looks like to me.
yeah. The other one looks, once again, like a government building.
So that's kind of weird. A tail and duck feet, and he's hunched down.
Or a bonnet. Yeah, a bonnet on her head.
Maybe it's a baby. Maybe it's a baby.
Hey, thank you, Derek.
So I don't know. Durius, the Cursa. I don't know. I guess I should have took Latin, studied Latin better, or something.
So with this map, so far, it looks like they got similar buildings in these different areas of land. That would explain the old world buildings that are all similar around the whole world, not just Tartaria area.
Right. So here's Agriophagy,
Oh, the Cyclops dude.
and this is like a cyclops, and he looks like he has a scepter and a crown.
Mm. Oh, wow.
I don't know what these things up here. They almost look like birds, but then they got like a hook or they got like a long beaky thing, and I don't know what those are.
Mosquitoes.
But he looks like this guy looks like he's got kind of normal feet. I mean, kind of a little odd shape, but that could have been just the way they drew it. His hands look normal.
Well, he's got something in the other hand.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Almost looks like a shot.
A shot or a gun or
He's smoking a cigarette. It's a doobie.
I don't know. I don't know what he has in his hand.
He's smoking a joint.
Yeah, Derek, I think like we said before, it could maybe these things are mythical, maybe they're Greek, maybe they're Latin, maybe they were real and they're in inner earth now or they're dimensional. I can't answer that. I have no idea.
Tom said it could be a rectal thermometer.
Well, I'm sure some of those guys probably need them. I don't know.
Well, it makes you wonder if, was it, if this medieval time, they're not telling us the whole truth about it. Was it actually medieval? Because you got to remember, we got to unlearn everything we were told that we're supposed to believe in and relearn everything and reprogram our minds. So if they're telling us this is medieval times, was it medieval? Was it a good period of time? Just look at the opposite. No. I mean, it just seems like there was a period of time that everything, all creatures and different beings all lived together for a while.
Then I got some pictures that we haven't talked about yet, and we're going to do a show on it someday but the scepter, see the top of it? And it has like a crystal or stone in it that these receive power or free energy from the ether and gave them powers. And I have pictures of knights that able to not only when they hit people with their sword, but they got an electrical charge or a power that comes with a sword. Because some of the swords had crystals and stones on the end butt.
Yeah. Oh, they did have crystals and stuff on
So
the
I got
end.
some old history book and scroll looking pictures of knights that have getting power from the ether, free energy. So we got to do a show on that sometime. I don't know if we're going to do it on our show or somebody else's show or probably both. So anyway, I just want to bring that up because the scepter, that was one of these scepters is one of the things they talked about the crystal being up at the top and the shape of this to receive energy from the ether. So maybe that's a gun. Maybe that is like a ray gun or something. I don't know.
Lightsaber.
Now, I couldn't find anything on this guy other than they thought maybe it was lost to time. And maybe the Serenius is something to do with cinnamon. They thought maybe the bird fed or was around cinnamon. But they made its head red for some reason. It looks like it's
like
bald.
a red-headed woodpecker.
It looks like it's bald. Or maybe it has red. I don't know. But then it has fur or feathers. Other than that, it looks like a normal bird. I don't know what size it is. But they said something about cinnamon. I don't know why. Kind of looks like a turkey or a peacock kind of face or head of a bird. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. So here's a salamander, and they described it as a venomous dragon because this has wings.
A venomous dragon.
So it's obviously, I don't think it's a fire-breathing dragon. It's a venomous dragon.
And he's close to buildings too.
So I don't know what these spots are,
Oh,
other than maybe humps or spots on its where the spine is. Then it has wings and it has like a dog head. To me, it looks like a dog head. I don't know. The wings are kind of in a weird place. It's more of the middle of a back, if these are his shoulders. I don't know. And I don't know where Mount Climax is.
hmm.
And this says Mecca. So is that like Mecca, the Mecca, like Iran, Iraq? Where's Mecca? Mecca is in well, Mecca's where the dome of the rock, right? Mecca. Maybe it's a different Mecca.
I'm not quite sure where it's at.
Maybe it's a different Mecca. But then we have Barns of Joseph, so that's probably Israel.
Oops. Shoot. Go back. I lost our rumble. There.
I know Lynn was over there and Robin was in there, but Robin's over here on YouTube also, so I don't know who's still in Rumble. Anybody?
14.
All right.
Yeah, we got 14 over there. 14 over there, 16 over here.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
That's a gnarly squid angel.
Squid Angel. Oh, wow.
What's with the upside down dude?
Well, we'll get to him. That's another one that we have. That's the Mandrake, and that's part of Harry Potter. If you watch the Harry Potter movies, they talk about
that's
the
what you're
Mandrake.
talking about.
A herb of marvelous power, mandrakes.
Well, that was in Harry Potter.
Harry Potter. I believe it was Harry Potter. Yeah, I think
Night,
so.
Amber.
Night, Amber.
Looking forward to Sunday.
So
Yeah,
6
it's late
p.m.
there.
Central, Amber. I know we said that earlier.
Yeah, it's after 1 o'clock there now. Good night, Amber.
So the mandrake was a plant, almost, or a root.
Oh, is that the thing they pulled and it would scream or something?
That's the thing that if you pulled it out of the ground,
It screamed.
that it would scream, and it would be so loud and so scary or terrifying that it would cause death. So, and I have pictures somewhere where they show I would assume farmers or people that harvest or take mandrakes, and they would tie a rope around the part that was sticking out of the ground, whether it looked like a plant or a bush or whatever. They would tie a rope to it, and they would tie their animal to it way, way long. And then so the person didn't have to be anywhere near this thing when it came out of the ground, and they would have the animal pull it out of the ground with the rope. But yeah, when you pull it out of the ground, supposedly it screams and has such a high squeal, or I don't know if it's mystical or.
I bet it's eerie.
But it would cause death.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Robin says some of these images remind me of
the
Rider-Waite tarot cards or images.
Derek says, does anyone remember Boris Vallejo art? Trading cards from the 90s. No,
I do not.
I do not remember them. Trading cards from the 90s.
So this guy, to
There's a
us, would
plant.
look like a person buried upside down. So this is the roots and stuff coming out of his head. And obviously his arms and legs are the parts that grow up towards the surface. And this would be like we would see like the vegetable itself or the plant part, whether it's I don't know, whatever grows in the ground, like a carrot or a turnip or whatever kind of plant you would have coming out of the ground. So that's the mandrake, and you can look up the reference in Spudman.
Aw, it must be
It could be
warm.
a potato. Maybe it is a potato. I don't know. I don't know what it is actually.
We just had a deer. I haven't seen a deer in over a week, so
Wow.
they must be warming up. And he's already gone. So hopefully he
So
found
look
one.
up mandrake and reference to
Spudman.
Harry Potter.
Anything else on this map that Harry Potter had in it?
I think there's one other thing, and I don't remember right offhand, but I remember when I was looking at it, something else reminded me of Harry Potter.
A bird with horns?
But this is a satyr, Satyer. That's the English translation of it, and I don't know where it says this anywhere. If it does by it, but this kind of looks to me like a bird head with horns,
goat horns.
So it looks like a bird, and it has ears, and it has horns, and it has a club in its hand. It looks like it has a human body, but then it has a tail, and I don't know. And here's the crocodile thing right next to it. And I'm assuming these could be rivers, or they're just boundaries of different areas.
I bet they're rivers.
But whatever an Satyer, and I'm pronouncing it satar, Satyer. Now I might be butchering it. Yeah, Robin, I think it was the griffin in Harry Potter that's on this map also that made me think of Harry Potter. So once again, this looks like it has goat horns and possible ears, and then it has like a bird beak and possible eyes and head of it. I don't know. Then human torso, and then back to more goat features, a little tail, and I don't know if it has hooves for feet. Looks like it's got human hands.
And once again has a staff.
They almost all of them have some type of
Yes.
holding a scepter or a staff or a weapon. Almost
2
every one
hours
of
and
them,
22 minutes. 222.
except this poor guy.
Oh, I remember him. Yeah, I remember seeing him when we were doing Jessica's show. I remember this dude.
So this monoculus or monocules has one giant foot. So that's why it's mono.
Oh, wow.
And it lifts its foot up in that position to block itself from the sun when it wants to be in the shade.
Yeah, I remember we were talking about that dude.
But look at all the toes. Look at all the toes they drew on it.
Wow. 10 to 12 toes? Huh.
And his face looks pretty normal, other than a prolonged or chin, that kind of reminds me of the Greeks. The Greeks used to have like a outward protruding chin with hair like that, and but his body looks kind of different. It's almost and I don't know if that's clothing. I'm assuming that's his skin, where it looks like he has a one section look different than the outside section. Then obviously this big foot, or so they would have to hop on that one foot to get around. So it looks like his foot is taller than his midsection and upper torso. So when he stretches out, he's probably pretty dang tall. So maybe it's a giant with one foot, and he'd have to hop on that one foot to get around. And when he wanted to rest, he would sit down like that and pull his leg up to rest in the shade. And the English translation is monocurious.
Robin says Greek satyr, or however you pronounce it, male nature spirit with ears and a tail resembling those of a horse, sometimes including horse-like legs, but by the 6th century BC, they were more often represented with human legs.
So what was that? That was the one before this?
Satyr.
Yeah, it's hard to tell in this picture if it looks like horse legs, or to me it looks like a goat with a bird head and human body, but I don't know. And this guy's just plain is pretty weird. All those toes, one big giant foot.
Somebody took a lot of time to make this map.
Yeah, it's all hand drawn and colored.
Yeah, and it's huge.
And then they had to write it out, the descriptions and the area and whatever it is. So here's a rhino. That's what they're calling it. I don't know what it really is, but it's a horse, or
well,
pretty skinny compared to the rhinos we know today.
The Bible does say about the animal with one horn, but all the Bible scholars say, "Oh, it was a rhino." How do we know?
There's two different ones. There's in the Bible, there's a mention of one horn and two horns, or some. There's a difference in depending on how you translate it for the words. So some people say some parts of the Bible they're talking about a rhino, and other parts they're saying they're talking about a unicorn. So I don't know. So yeah, he's pretty skinny. He kind of looks like a horse. Kind of looks like he has hooves, and looks like he has a horse. Looks like he has a horse head or zebra or some kind of.
Wow.
But the horn, or looks like it's coming out of the mouth area,
right? Instead of the forehead,
right? But it definitely has hooves.
It looks like it has split hooves.
Split hooves,
like a goat.
Right. Yeah.
A horse doesn't have split hooves. And they always have weird tails.
Horses have one big round front, but they all kind of split. They're split in the back, though, kind of. Not really, but kind of. I mean, but anyway, horses aren't really split hooves. Then he's got a long, slender body and more hooves and some kind of.
That's a weird looking tail.
Yeah, it doesn't look like necessarily like a horse tail, but similar, I guess. But they're calling this a rhino, I'm assuming because of the one horn.
Do you know the Percy Jackson movie?
Yes, I've watched Percy Jackson's.
The satire. I don't know how you pronounce it. Satire. 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 You never know.
It looks like there's a dragon up here in this other box.
Oh yeah. And
And
more.
here is what they're calling fauna or fawny. It's a fawn.
Mm.
So he's got some kind of snake in his hand or some kind of serpent that wraps
Hmm.
around his head, and he looks like he has some kind of hat or crown on. Has a human hands and upper torso and face looks normal, but then it goes into a horse.
A lot of these look like they were royalty. That would
Yeah.
explain all the castles and stuff.
So this looks more like a horse to me, but when it says fawn, I think of
Deer. A
like
deer.
deer. Yes. Just
That's
like
more of a horse.
in Narnia, where the goat guy
Yes.
was like a fawn, half
Hmm.
human, half.
That was
So
a
that's
good.
what I think of when I hear fawn, not necessarily horse shaped though.
And Narnia had all these strange characters. Some
So
of them.
if I'm thinking like Narnia, I would think this would have this a goat half of a body with two hooves coming straight underneath of it instead of a horse body. But what do I know? I didn't live back in this time, so I don't know. Just make believe? Is this mythical? Is this real? I'll let you guys decide.
Another lie.
What do you think the Greek gods and the Greek creatures were really a thing or not a thing, or this was this drawn out of someone's imagination? I don't know. Or was these real creatures that were really there?
Well, it took them a long time to do this. A lot of details. And then left in a church. And the rest of them, there's probably more maps. The rest of them are probably got burnt. Like they destroy all the other evidence.
I should have grabbed a picture of whatever this guy is doing.
Is this the only one that they found?
There's multiple cultures that have
Similar?
map Mondays because that just means map of the world.
Okay.
So it's just a generic term like we use for atlas or so that just means map of the world. And then the Hereford is the area or the church of where it came from or where they found it. So I'm sure if you look up the history, they might know who drew it or whatever. But as far as I know, those maps that I showed before was Asia and Europe, and that was the area that this whole map covers, or the world that they knew at the time.
Robin said caballo is Spanish for horse.
Oh, there you go. So why fawn? Of course, maybe we just think fawn is deer, and maybe there's more meaning to fawn. But why is he carrying a snake or whatever that is? Snake looks kind of
Looks happy.
looks mischievous to me.
I know. He looks like a happy snake.
You wouldn't think he'd be very happy with somebody grabbing you around the neck. I don't know. Maybe that's his pet. Maybe that's his weapon, a poisonous snake or something.
Good night, Daryl.
Night, Daryl.
Thanks for hanging out.
Hope you've enjoyed it. So I don't know. Very interesting. It's amazing images they put together. And here's the griffin, but they call it griffon, Griffon instead of an, like Ian. We would say griffin.
A fawn is a half human, half goat in Greek.
So then why was it a horse? See, that's what don't make sense to me. I thought fawn was half human, half goat, like we were saying in Nirvana, but then this gives the image of half horse, or at least what I think is a horse. I mean, I guess that could be a goat's body, and then this upper torso of a man where the head should be, because goats have 4 legs. But when I think of fawn, I think of Narnia with the character when they went over to the Ice Queen or winter section of Narnia, that he met the little girl. And he was half goat with 2 legs, and then a man's body or on top. But this griffin looks like a griffin, like I would think a griffin would look. It looks like a winged.
Yeah, like the Tartaria flag.
Yep, looks like a bird or a predator.
Talk about a tail between your legs and then coming back up.
Yeah, he's got his
tail between your legs.
Well, he's got 2 guys that have swords right in front of him. This guy only has 1 eye.
Wow, there was a lot of Cyclops back then.
Oh, there's more.
Well, that would explain these tall buildings and stuff. These guys were probably huge too.
There's 3 heads. There's 1, there's 2, and there's another.
Oh,
So I don't know if these 2 are together. Did that guy have 2 heads?
looks kind of like
Or
it.
is it?
Or
Oh,
two different
there's
people.
4. There's 6 legs there. I don't know. It's weird. But I'm assuming there's 3 people there, but maybe it's 1 body and 2 things. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. But anyway, that's what a griffin to me would look like. That looks like a prime example of what I see all the time, images of a griffin being.
These old maps are definitely interesting.
Like I said, I don't know sometimes how to take these. I'd like to think these are creatures that was actually existent, and we just think they're mythical nowadays because we don't have examples of any of these things.
We don't know what to believe anymore these days.
Or maybe it was this Greek mythology. I don't know. But I know griffins appear on a lot of flags and a lot of buildings and a lot of paintings.
Yeah.
And a lot of books, a lot of history books have griffins in them.
And some of the buildings are not just gargoyles, some of them are griffins on the buildings, right? Some are gargoyles, but some look like griffins.
Yep. So I don't know
about it.
I have no idea.
If it was Greek mythology, it sure did come real on buildings. Oh.
So here's a pelican, or what they're calling pelican people.
Pelican people.
So here you have like a guy's body with a pelican or bird's beak, and he has a staff and he has hands, but then he turns in the lower half into bird feet.
That must be baby pelicans, and
they are. It's baby pelicans. And if you see this one, it looks like it's getting stuff out of its body to feed the babies. So it looks like it's piercing its body or some kind of orifice that has got its beak in. It looks like he's gonna feed, or she's gonna feed the babies. And that, I'm assuming this is a nest.
I take it that's Dad guarding, and he's got a staff too.
Yep.
Wow.
But if you notice, this is a person,
Yeah.
but the one up here is not
It's
depicted
not.
as a person. It's just a pelican, and so are the babies. So where does this come from? How do you go from this being the male figure or whatever it is to normal bird looking mama feeding the babies?
And she don't have a distinct red beak.
No, the babies do though.
Yes, the babies do. I mean, it might be red on the tip, but the other ones look like it's red all the way to the face.
Maybe they're red because of what mama's feeding them.
Ew.
It is red right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe dad got a bite to eat too. I don't know. I don't know how to read this.
Well, the way he's hunched over, it looks like Grandpa instead of Dad.
Yeah.
And more castles. And more of. There's one with a nice tower with a dome on top of it. It just does seem like the old world buildings are from an era around this time period. But did we have these little creatures and things living on Earth, and giants and cyclops and dragons? I mean, is that what they're covering up? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
We
So
don't
all
know.
these guys that have staffs and stuff, is it because they got such weird bodies that they need something to help them walk?
Or is there power in those staffs?
Or is it their weapon?
Why would they need? Well, yeah.
Or are they like shepherds? Like we see shepherds that have staffs all the time. Or is that what this guy has? Does he have a staff for protection and for hurting things? Or
There's nothing on this map that looks like they're fighting each other, though, is there?
I think there is some fighting things in here. And here's a mermaid.
Oh, the double-tailed mermaid?
Yep.
The double-tailed mermaid.
And I'm assuming
I remember that, and we were wondering what she was holding in her hand.
I'm assuming it's like a conch shell or something. We're seeing the open end of the conch shell or some kind of shell. I don't know. Maybe it's a pearl. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but definitely has a mermaid tail and the scales and fins, and then upper humanesque body. The face doesn't look as pretty as we see.
Oh, that looks like a man.
Doesn't look as pretty as we see mermaids.
Is that a
These
merman?
days.
Yeah.
Well, they said it was a mermaid.
Okay.
So I don't know. But there is mermen and there is mer women.
But normally when you see pictures of a mermaid, she has long, flowy hair.
Maybe she has it all tied up and bunched in the back. I don't know.
Yeah. Like Brown Dwarf. You were still on chat, Brown Dwarf?
Oh, is Brown Dwarf, is he a merman?
Oh. Maybe Brown Dwarf has a double tip tail.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. And the hair's all bunched up in a what
So
is it?
that's what I would picture other than the face. That's what I would picture. Fish.
Brown Dwarf?
And
You still on chat?
I doubt he's
What's he
probably
call it? His crown? Doesn't he call it his crown? His dreadlock thingy?
I don't know.
I think he calls it a crown. Yep, there he is. He is in there. Uh-huh.
Oh, there he is.
We just found somebody with your hairdo.
So I'm going to call this a bonacon. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right.
And curly horns.
But yeah, it's got like a ram, I would say that's like a ram. I don't know. With a long body.
Is he farting?
It is farting. It is farting. And
farting?
And in one of the descriptions I read, this is his protection. This will
like a skunk.
This will burn. They said it would melt. It'd melt metal. if you got it on you, it would cause burns and almost like kill you, like
Clay
acid.
Clay
It's almost like an acid.
Clay said shit and fire.
Yep. So they said
Oh
that's
my God.
whatever this creature is. That's his protection.
Clay said, did he have Taco Bell?
Yeah.
Farting hot Cheetos. Oh my gosh.
So in the English translation, the part I did see, yeah, Robin, like when cats spray or skunks.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad my goats don't spray out stuff like that.
But I mean,
Wow.
chicken poop's acidic, and so is
Yeah.
cat pee and dog pee. If you let it sit too long, it'll destroy. I mean,
Wow.
it corrodes metal too if you let
That's
it sit
wild,
long
huh?
enough. But supposedly this will melt metal and burn like hell and
Oh my
kill
God.
you if you got it on you. If you can't get, I don't know if you even have time to get it off of you. But
Wow.
that's its defense. But it looks like it has a split tail. See the tail?
Oh, it does have a split tail. Oh, that's different.
But to me, it looks like a ram's head, or it looks like it has wool.
It looks like he's laughing because he just farted. He just went.
Probably a relief.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have hooves.
Tammy. Hi, Tammy. Did I hear the goat? Oh, the goat? Yeah, right.
But did you notice that too? It doesn't have hooves. If that's a goat or a sheep or a ram, it doesn't
It's
have
got
hooves.
toes.
It's got toes like a lion or a. Looks like a cat. To me, it looks like a cat body.
Oh, that's definitely different.
There's that little.
More castles too.
There's that little duck weirdo with a vegetable or whatever.
Maybe it's one of those screaming plants.
No, there's no head or body on it. It's just.
No, it's probably a plant.
I don't know what it
looks
is.
Puzzled. Like, what do I do with this thing?
Do I feed it to the fire pooping dragon thing or?
Brown Forest said it can shoot both directions with that tail.
Oh, maybe it depends on which way the tail is. It could flick it either way and guide
Definitely looks like he's laughing, looking back there. You can tell he's looking back there because he knows he just did it, and he just looks like he has a grin on his face.
But I noticed this is the only one so far that the red letters up here is spelled exactly like what they said the English translation is.
Huh.
All the other ones had weird letters and stuff in it that we had to kind of guess what the English translation was, but these two match for some reason.
Did all these things live in the castles?
I don't know.
It still looks like a government building too, the other one with all these domes.
Right. Or Islamic, or they like domes. Here's the Blemmies. So he's got a staff and a club.
Oh.
He looks happy though. That looks like a frog.
Maybe that's where Frogman came from.
But he has human legs supposedly and a human torso, but he just doesn't have a head.
Hi, May. It's Blemmies.
There's another one up there. It looks like it has a spear and some kind of basket or shield or something it's holding in its other.
Like everybody's holding something.
Looks like he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 toes.
Oh,
maybe or 5. I don't know if that's 5 or 6. I can't tell if it's 6 or not.
That is something else that I saw on a video last night. If you look at all these statues, especially the Greek statues around the world, their hands and feet are missing because they're saying they probably had 6 fingers and 6 toes, and they didn't want us to know that. So all these statues, they sawed off the hands and feet. And that does make sense. Wow.
There's Clay with our last picture, the Bonacon, saying legendary creature described as a bull with inward curving horns and a horse-like mane. Well, that's pretty close to what this picture is. I could see that in this. I don't know about the horse. It doesn't really show a horse.
It does kind of look like it has a little man going down.
Yeah, I thought that was like wool or like a lamb, like a lamb or wool or whatever a sheep or a ram would have. But it looks more like a cat body to me than a horse, but
Right.
definitely doesn't have hooves. Maybe the torso is the horse part. I don't know. But then the tail splits. I don't know. Interesting, isn't it?
Well, another thought that keeps coming to mind. I'm glad we can think out loud here, and the chat's thinking out loud with us. The Bible does say there is 24 elders around the throne, but it also says creatures. The Bible does say there's creatures around the throne. We don't know what creatures actually are, what they look like, how many. That's always been a mystery to me.
Right. Absolutely.
And it talks about creatures.
This looks like a dragon head.
Fire-breathing dragon.
Something or that. It's got 3 tongues or a beak, or that's a beak coming out of a mouth, or 3 tongues, or then down here, I don't know what these guys are doing. That looks like it's eating a snake.
May says there's a SpongeBob episode that shows mole aliens in a ship.
Oh, really?
You mean the Simpsons didn't do it?
Moai aliens?
Yeah, Moai. Oh, it's an I. Moai. Oh.
But whatever this guy looks like he's in I thought this was a hood. But they look like they're coming out of something, whatever these guys are coming out of. This guy definitely looks like he's coming out of something.
And that looks like a shofar because it's the way it's curved and curled. The very first one.
That could be a shofar. I was thinking he was eating a snake.
No, that looks more like a shofar. The other one we were looking at is, we said trumpet. Shofars are curly because it's a ram's horn.
And these guys, I mean, it could be just how they drew it, but these guys' heads look bigger than this guy below them.
Uh-oh. Poof. Let me see the words. Where? Which words, Clay?
These words?
Those right there? Yeah, he says, let me see the words. I can't. The way they wrote back then, too, is very hard to read sometimes. Can you see it, Clay? Looks like they're in some kind of a praying hut or something.
I don't know what they're in.
I don't think those are.
I thought it was a hood at first on the first one, but then I noticed the second guy, and it looks like it's coming out of something, and the third guy looks like it's in something.
Right, the first one does kind of look like a hood, but the other ones look like they're in a little cave or something.
Or is that like a submarine ship, and they're coming up out of the water? Because what's this stuff behind them? Are those waves?
But there's red swirls too. See the red swirls underneath the waves?
Right.
That's something different too.
Those could be part of turbulent waves or something. I don't know, because I thought he was eating a snake or something, but maybe he's blowing a shofar.
I think that's a blow shofar, and I think the first one does have, like clothing, a hood, but the other two don't look like a hood. It looks like a round little dome area.
So I'm assuming those words go with these guys, but I don't really know for sure. It seems like it does.
I'm not pronouncing those, Clay. I'll let Gerald do that.
Oh, clothing, huh? 14th century clothing, men's wooling, cotardi, medieval jupila, 14th century coat. Huh.
Yeah, Maymay says look like a portal they're coming out from.
I don't know.
One in the back just kind of looks like he's praying. The other one, his hands starting to come out, but the one in the back, it just looks like he's praying.
I don't know.
Or
Anyway, I captured
one
this
touching
image
the
just
first?
because of the blimmies. I don't know about these guys.
Well, what's above it?
I don't know about this.
Is that
I
a
don't know
little
about this
squid?
bird. Look at this bird.
Oh, that's a bird?
Well, I think it's a bird.
Oh,
It looks like
there's
it has
no,
it's kind of blurry, but it looks like it has a beak and looks like
there's
it
no
has some
legs.
kind of weirdo tail. I don't know. Maybe that's something that's supposed to be in the sea. If this is water, maybe these guys are coming out of the water and these guys are all on land. I don't know.
Seahorse. Maymay said seahorse.
Oh, good.
It does kind of look like a seahorse.
Does kind of look like a seahorse.
Yes. A seahorse hybrid. All right, yeah, it does look more like a seahorse.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wow, interesting.
So if anybody like you guys are doing, go ahead and tell us what you think in chat. We love hearing what you guys are saying about it. And this says it's a scorpion, but to me it looks like it has hooves instead of claws. I mean, I guess that could be claws, but it looks like a blimmy. It looks like a blimmy with no head and a tail and hooves.
Like a
They're
horseshoe.
saying it's a scorpion, but it
Looks
looks like
like
a crab.
Horseshoe crab
Looks like a crab to me, but
with a butthole.
I think that's just where the tail bends. I don't think that is, but then it has a weird tail.
But it's got three things off the side.
Like tentacles.
Right.
Something. I don't know. But the goat hooves or the claws or whatever looks weird to me.
Oh.
And it says Scorpio or Scorpio. I don't know. But they're saying scorpion is for the English translation. I do not know.
And another castle.
Well, there's castles all over this whole map. So I have no idea. And some of them could be the same castles. We're seeing animals on one side, then animals on the other side, or below or above it.
Well, whatever they made these buildings out of, they sure are lasting a long time.
Yeah, they are.
We can't keep our roads a year.
So here's your unicorn.
Oh, yeah, now that's a unicorn. Or is it? Or that the two ears?
Those are two ears, and then this is a horn coming out of its forehead.
Oh, there. Okay. Wow. All right.
And it looks like a horse's body that actually has hooves instead of the feet. And it looks like it has a tail. And a really, really long. Look how long that horn is. That horn is really, really long.
Don't you think it'd get in the way?
But
just like a hummingbird, I guess it don't get in the way of a hummingbird either.
I guess as long as it knows where its horn is when it runs, or that's probably his defense. You know, he spears people or gores them with a horn.
May says majestic unicorn.
Yeah.
That's a different kind of building too underneath that one.
That one looks more like a church or something, or more ornament like a church or something. I don't know. Probably says down here or something, whatever it is. That almost looks like it says kangaroo, but I don't think it says kangaroo. I think it says longaroo. Longaroo. Maybe that's what this is. A longaroo because of the long horn. I don't know. I have no idea. Now we're getting to the parts on the map that talk about like the golden fleece. So that definitely the golden fleece is mythology, but they make it look like it's an animal. The golden fleece, they make it look like that goat thing or whatever with the fleece.
Looks like a rat with horns.
Yeah, it does look like something like that.
Yeah, it looks like a rat. It has horns.
But then if those are hooves, they don't look right either. But this is part of the golden fleece is part of why they were going out searching for the golden fleece, which is part of mythology. But this is depicting it as if it was the animal that they got the fleece from, I guess. So did that animal really exist the way they're showing it, or was it just a ram, or was it some other animal that had a fleece that had magical powers? That's why they wanted the golden fleece. Carambus was an ancient Greek city of ancient Paphlagonia. Huh. So they have on this map. They have different events or different things like the golden fleece. There's the labyrinth where you would get stuck in the labyrinth if you went in, and you would have the bowl after you. I can't remember I don't know if it was we had the picture of the one bowl, the Taurus, something. So that is supposedly a real area that they have on this map of the labyrinth that would trap people, and you would have the bull, half human, that would try to kill you.
I'll be back. Taking doggy out.
All right. Then as far as the fish and stuff on the side or whatever these are, I have no idea, but I thought the labyrinth was cool that they actually put it on a map as a real place instead of a mythological story. Minotaur. Hi, Diaries of a Wandering Soul. I don't know if I said hi to you when you first came in or not. I'm sorry. So I hope you guys are enjoying this map. I really enjoy it. I like looking at all these things, whether they're mythological or they're portrayed or depicted as real living things at the time. I don't know. You guys can make up your own minds. Here's Alexander's quest, and I don't know if I really know what Alexander's quest is, or was that part of the Golden Fleece, or is that something else? Or the Golden Fleece was part of the movies that we were talking about earlier. Bigfoot dwarf. There's a bronze Minotaur statue in Hollywood in front of a bank on Sunset and Vine. Wow, cool. Monisha says she really enjoys the maps. Yeah, I really enjoy it. I like reading history books. I like finding old maps, stuff that says stuff that we don't normally believe, or the history that we weren't taught. I love reading old pre-1900 history books. Even early 1900 history books sometimes will have stuff in it that's like, oh, they didn't teach me that in school, or didn't tell me about that, but I can read it in this book. So I don't really know much about Alexander's quest.
Robin thinks this map is more real than we decided to tell us in our relative to current century. Why is this?
I mean, there's things.
Schools. Yeah, a lot of the old maps are. Well, a lot of the old maps kind of show a round, flat Earth, and that's probably one reason why you're not seeing it in school, because they're pushing the globe. Around the 50s or so, they were pushing the globe in the schools. So maybe it was in schools back in the old schools. We don't know.
I mean,
it could be something they took out of schools.
The paranormal, the woo guy that's in me wants to think all these things were living depicted creatures that they saw at the time.
I think so too.
But growing up reading Greek mythology and all that, and all the gods, Apollo and all that, I know these things are part of that story, but were they real? That's the thing I don't know. I can't tell you 100% that they were made up, that they weren't real, or did they really happen? Did they really experience those things back in those days? I mean,
or did they call it a myth because they didn't want us to believe that these things were real? Is myth actually history or mythology?
I think they drew what they saw.
I think they drew what they saw.
My opinion, but that's just my opinion. I have no way of proving that. That's just how I believe. I in my realm, I would like to think these things existed. I think they're cool. I think they're neat. I like the stories behind them when you read the mythology, and I think those were people telling oral histories of what they experienced, and these are people that actually drew what they experienced or had at the time.
And I think they knew that era was coming to an end or a reset or something, and I think they're all down in inner Earth. I really do.
So I mean, I have other maps. We have other maps that show dogmen, things that look like Sasquatch or Bigfoot. We have ones that show dragons on them, just like these. We have ones that show sea serpents. So all the things that we think are make believe or mythical or conspiracy theories that we know today have all came true. Whether dogman experiences, Bigfoot experiences, we see these images on these maps. So we see images of dragons, and how many dragons do you see carved into buildings, painted into pictures or paintings, and in historical books that the knights, we're told the knights fought dragons.
What is that symbol next to the building? Is that what May or somebody was talking about? It looks like a harp. Because somebody was talking about a harp earlier. Yeah, I was kind of looking at like, what is that?
I don't know. I don't know why that's there.
And then the circle. There's a circle right there too.
Yeah, I don't know what that is either.
Oh, there's got to be a meaning behind
I'm
that.
assuming you would have to be alive during that time, and you'd probably automatically know what that is. But I guess us, we don't know. Or
Good morning, Dan.
Maybe somebody else does. Hi, Dan.
Welcome in. Good morning for you. Well, it's morning here, but we haven't gone to bed yet. Oh, a cord. Mamie says a cordless harp looks like that.
Oh, wow.
A cordless harp.
Could be a harp. I was thinking
Right.
I was thinking the omega symbol, but I don't know.
Is a circle a drum?
I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with that church.
And all those buildings are definitely different. They're all different shapes. The ones you can definitely know are castles, but the one with those points.
But they crammed a lot of different areas into this one map. So that thing that we're thinking has the points that are as a church, the other thing might be in another section or another region, and it could be a Capitol building or a mosque, or you could have a Japanese or some other kind of
like Russian dome.
Yeah, or something. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe whoever drew this put all these different things in there
Or
just to give you
cathedrals.
examples of what.
That might be showing cathedrals. Yeah. Thank you, Dan. He said he loved us on Jessica's show.
Oh, thanks, Dan.
And then he said, I thought Omega.
That's right. When I see that symbol, I think of Omega. That's what I thought.
Maymay's asking, Clay, can you translate? Music instruments near a music hall. Oh, Monisha, yeah.
Maybe that's a cathedral. Maybe it's an opera house. Maybe they did music there. I don't know.
That because they were not churches, they were healing centers. If we're going down that rabbit hole,
well, I'm thinking
frequencies and healings and bells and harps.
Wasn't a harp called a Lucifer? L-A-C-U-R, Lucifer.
L-A-C-U-R.
Wasn't a harp a Lucifer or some? Because then Lucifer, Satan played the harp, right? Lucifer played a harp.
L-A-C-U-R.
Isn't a harp a Lucifer? Somebody help me out. Maybe I'm making it up.
It's coming up with nothing. Oh, wait a minute. What's that? No. And that's coming up with different spellings. Nope.
And that could be
Or is that a U?
Huh?
Is that a U instead of an L?
I took it as an L, but it could be a U. Maybe this is their beginning. You know how they used to make the first letter real big and ornate? Maybe that's an M or for the beginning of that sentence. Maybe it's not even a harp. Maybe it's an M or an O or something for the beginning of this word. I don't know.
That would make sense of that being, like the cathedrals and, healing centers or places for music and resonate the frequencies. That castle looks like it fell over.
Well, it's kind of because of the map. The map, they had different lands.
Oh, I see.
So you have to turn it sideways to look at it. And I don't know. Could be the Leaning Tower of Pisa, as far as I know. I don't know.
For a second, I thought they said Tartara.
But it says City of Pharaohs, so that means Egypt to me, if you say City of Pharaohs. But the weird thing is, look how close this word is to Tartaria.
Right. For a second, I thought it said Tartara.
So I don't know.
Quit whining or you're going upstairs.
Thought you already took her up.
I'm talking about upstairs to stay with the cats. I took her upstairs to go potty.
Oh, okay.
And boy, is it cold outside.
Is it really? I bet it is.
It's My fingers are still cold. But now she's whining, and if she's going to keep whining, I'm going to send her
I
upstairs
don't.
with the cats.
I'm not really sure how many more images I uploaded.
Harp.
If we went through all of them yet or not.
See, I've got a lap harp.
Yep, I think we went.
And
I think we went. Oh no, there's Mount Olympus. So now
I
that
think
Mount Olympus is whether it was a real place in Greece or Greek mythology, where the gods were, and there was really a mountain, Mount Olympus, I believe. I think there was really a mountain called Mount Olympus, but then they said that the gods lived up on top of it. So that's supposedly what this is depicting. So they included all kinds of stuff on this map, and like I said, I could have probably made 200 slides out of every single image that was on this map. I mean, I'll go back to the beginning when we're done, or I'll go backwards through the images. I can't tell if we're done or not. That might have been the last one.
There is a burning tower in the tarot deck.
Huh?
There is a burning tower in some tarot decks.
What's that mean?
She said that burning tower looks like a tower in a tarot deck.
What burning tower?
I think like the one that was on the side, maybe, wherever we were.
Oh, that one?
That does kind of look like a burning tower. It looks like fire on top of it.
Well, at the top it says something. Looks like it says something hot. Something hot.
Mount Olympus is a ship, according to May. Mount Olympus.
Well, look up Greek mythology, and I think they're actually in Greece. I think there is a Mount Olympus, and mythology says the Greek gods lived up on Mount Olympus or in the clouds in the city above it, or I don't know. You'd have to look.
Dan wants to know the name of this map again.
It is called the Hereford, Hereford.
Like
Mappa.
Hereford, actually, yeah. Almost like Hereford.
Yeah. I might be saying it wrong. The Midwest.
Hereford.
Midwest English. So it's Hereford, and it's Mappa, Mappa, and then it's Monday, Mundi, and Mappa Mundi means map of the world. So I guess we'll go back the other way just real quick. See if we see anything else weird.
Really interesting.
So Alexander's Quest. So you can look up Alexander's Quest. I'm sure that's part of mythology. But yet it's all based in a region or of certain people. So some of this stuff in the mythology might be real buildings or be real places woven into the stories, or maybe it's all true. I don't know.
Well, when we were talking about mountains, and you said, the kings and, sometimes gods, they're up on the mountains.
Right.
That came up in one of the videos that I was watching the other night, that we were talking about where they've changed places. Like, is Egypt over here? Was Israel actually over here in the U.S.? Well, if you look in the Bible, they said Mount Hermon is one of the tallest mountains. There's just one giant mountain over in that region. The other things that they're calling these things are like hills.
Right.
So you got to look another continent. I mean, we do have the super tall, giant mountains over here, and was the Mississippi River, the Niles. I mean, there's just so many mysteries. But it does make sense. There's not a lot of tall, giant mountains over there in the Israel area. There is Mount Hermon, and north of them. But they said, a lot of them are not really mountains. They're considered hills. Don't know. Were they over here?
So here's that symbol again.
It's the same one, ain't it?
Now it looks like an L.
Oh, that is a different place because the circle's different.
Well, I'm just wondering if
I still say they're cathedrals and healing areas. And
I'm just wondering if because of the way it was scanned or the picture taken that they didn't get the gold color. So if you look at this, now we go back to that other picture. I think this is what it's supposed to look like. And that looks more like an L, and that's just like a something in the paper that's messed up. So I think it's actually, I think that is an L. I don't know. I could be wrong. But I do think those are supposed to be gold instead of that gray or whatever it's showing in that other picture.
Really, Dan? There's a UN building on top of Mount Herman. I don't trust the UN either.
No, heck no.
I don't trust anybody who's running this world.
I think the UN and the World's Health Organization and all that stuff is all in cahoots to. But anyway, I'm not going to go into that.
Yeah. We'll just say that they're all friends. Let's just say that the world's.
There's the Scorpio or the Scorpion.
And the UN has a flat Earth map.
There's the Blemmies.
Blemmies. My favorite. Hug a Blemmy.
So that dragon looks like his head's coming out of a portal or something, looking down at somebody.
I didn't think about that. That does.
So it looks like he's coming in. Looks like he's coming in out of something or a portal. Or I mean, it could be just a design, but that's what it looks like to me. There's the Bonacon.
So yeah, Dan's looking on Google Earth for mountains and stuff. It does make sense. Some of these mountains that they're explaining are supposed to be giant, tall mountains, that the clouds were up on top. Well, most of those are hills. So
where's the end? Where's the end next to the dragon head? Oh, up there. I think that's north.
Oh.
I think on the original, I think they have the
that would be north.
I'm guessing. We'd have to go when we get back to the original image. We'll have to look to see if they have north, east, south.
Who spotted that?
Robin said the end next to the dragon head.
Oh, good spot. Yeah, good catch. There's so much to these maps.
Monisha, Utah has the mountain that Moses was on when. Oh, saw the burning bush. Wow, really?
Where I'm lost.
Monisha.
Okay.
So when she
Utah has the mountain that Moses. Yeah. See those mountains. I mean, Grand Teton and Wyoming. I mean, we've got more mountains and that does make sense. Dragons in the north, and then there's a cartoon with Blemmies in it. I forgot the cartoon's name.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that sounds familiar. I don't know, but I like Robin. Robin said dragons in the north.
Dragons in the north.
That goes back to Game of Thrones even.
I still say there's a lot of disclosure to Game of Thrones, like the ice wall, and they're guarding the ice wall of whatever's on the other side of the ice wall. I think there's a lot of disclosure there. Just like the dragon fire or whatever that stuff was, it's supposed to be scorching hot, but if they created something like that would cause a mud flood. I mean, there's just so much disclosure in movies.
So Dan's talking about an old book that The Travels of Sir John Manville.
Never heard of it.
And it talks about blemmies and dog-headed men. So there's a map. There's another map that we have that we did on. I think we did it on Jessica's show too.
Oh, I'd love to find that.
And it had dogmen on it. It had Sasquatch.
Oh,
on it.
The other map.
It had a race of cannibals on it. It had serpents on it. It wasn't necessarily dragons, but they looked like giant snakes with. with I don't know, four legs.
Monisha said Utah could be translated to Judah.
Oh, wow.
You know, that explained all the Egyptian artifacts and the Grand Canyon, and it's just, you know, how many lies have we've been taught that we're supposed to believe? Yeah, I would love to read that book and get my hands on that. 1356 it talks about blood means. Well, dog-headed men goes way, 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 way back. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see a Rumble where the lady in the lake said maybe the dudes are coming out of the eggs.
Oh.
So I guess we're talking about this.
That is something different.
I don't know.
They don't look like a head covering.
Well, the first one did to me.
The first one does, yes. The first one does look like a head covering. Then he's reaching his hand out. Looks like he's touching her.
I don't know. I guess we'll have to go back to the full image and we'll see if we can find that.
Are those red swirls possibly portals?
I don't know. I think that's the sea behind them, or that's a serpent. Those are fins or something, and that's a snake's body or something. I don't know.
We'll never.
How do you know? Here's the same thing over here. Here's
Oh, okay, yeah.
They depict that as land. So here's the swirls underneath that guy's foot.
Oh my, Dan's giving us all kinds of nuggets.
Oh yeah.
There's a PDF worth reading, a leaked Russian document, 200 pages long, called Project Orion.
So that's Project Orion.
Lots of historical
Project
information inside. Project Orion.
I don't know.
You read my mind, Jane.
I don't do very good to explain them. I just like finding them.
My mind just spins and spins and spins. Like I said, I've been binge watching some very crazy rabbit holes the last couple of weeks, and it's like some of these things are falling right into place of, oh, that does make sense with that, and that makes sense with that. And
there's the mermaid. Then here's the pelican bird people.
That one's different.
Really weird.
Castles.
So if you guys find anything, like you got the books and PDFs and stuff, please send it to midwestnightwatchers@gmail.com or use that email to put it in Drive and send it to us, or however you want to do it. Because I would really like to see any PDFs, any books, any images, or whatever you guys come up with.
Add to our research. Oh, you stop.
I hope you're talking to the dog and not something
else
up there.
Jessica's dog was whining. Our dog is whining.
Who was it? Somebody, Amber said that. I think it was Amber said that her cats were going crazy. Our cats were running all over the place today upstairs. So there's a griffin. There wasn't nothing weird about the griffin. It looks like a griffin. We did kind of question these guys with the swords. That there's 3 heads, but only 2 swords. But there is 6 legs. This guy looks like Big Bird. Looks like he has feathers and a wing, and this looks like a bald underbelly of a bird. So I don't know. Then he only has 1 eye. I don't know. The griffin looks normal, like what I'd expect a griffin to look like. These guys were kind of, I don't know, kind of sketchy. Then this Fawny, he was different. Got the snake and the crown or whatever the hat is, and a man's body. And I thought this was a horse. What somebody in chat, I'm sorry, I can't remember who said. Hi, Blue Cruise. Somebody said Kabali is horse and fawn is deer or goat. So I mentioned Narnava. Am I saying it right? I don't think I'm even saying it right, but Narnia. I'm sorry, Narnia. That their fawn was half man and half goat, but with two legs, like two goat legs coming out. But this has like a horse body, or I don't know. That's weird.
Why are you doing that?
I didn't do anything.
Oh, I'm trying to. Nope.
Then here's the skinny right, what they're calling the English translation of a rhino. Long, skinny body, hooves, and then one horn coming out from its nose or right above its mouth. I'm assuming that's the mouth area.
That didn't come up right. Did I spell it wrong?
I don't know. What are you looking for?
Midwest Night Watch. It's midwestnightwatchers@gmail.com. It does not come up with a link. That's what it is, Dan. It's midwestnightwatchers@gmail.com.
It's not supposed to be a link.
Oh, it's not a link? Hey, Blues Cruise. So, yeah, that is the Gmail. Blues Cruise snuck in.
Yeah, I saw him earlier. He said he just got here. So there's the mono.
I still can't believe that dude has a big foot to shade himself.
Has the big foot. He hops around on one foot, and when he wants to rest, he can put his foot up against his body, and his big giant foot creates shade for him. But the weird thing is that besides the big giant leg, was how many toes. I just noticed how many toes he has.
He probably needed a lot of toes for the balance.
Yeah. I wonder how many mile per hour he can go on his hopping on one leg. If he's a giant, I mean, if he's a giant.
Yep, that's it, Dan. And if you look into the family history of C.S. Lewis and Tolkien, they tied to some interesting clubs. I don't think their stories are just created.
Well, they were overseas in Europe, that area, and they went to a very prestigious university. And they all those guys, and there was more than just those two. There was more than that in that little clique or club or whatever. And they, for some reason, they all wrote stories, and so it was interesting. There's a good movie about that, by the way.
Well, it just kind of adds to all the other rabbit holes. I think all these different secret societies and the government and the powers that be that run this world, they all know the truth behind our past history. They know the lies.
Right.
There's been a plan. So I think that's the secrets that is discovered when you get higher up in these ranks in these little clubs. Yep. I think they find out the truth of some of this. Just a thought, for entertainment purposes only.
Everything's entertaining. It's entertaining me.
I was thinking
I don't have a clue. I just have guesses and what my opinions on what I see. I don't know if any of this is true, or I assuming what we're saying is true or close to being what they're depicting. But
well, the evidence is in front of us. These massive, gorgeous buildings have been around for quite a while is not what they're saying, and they did not build these cathedrals in a couple years. They did not build these buildings in a couple years for World's Fair. These buildings, I swear, was like a worldwide kingdom, or I don't know. It's like everything was on the surface, all getting along there for a while, and I still think they went to Inner Earth. And this, yes, the Smithsonian also knows. Yes, I think all the big top dogs know. They know the truth. Something happened in the early 1800s, and then the reset was around the late 1800s. And then the orphan trains and most of the grown-ups were in asylums. Something was up.
Thank you, Monisha.
I was lurking in the background for quite a while before tuning in. That's all right. We all lurk it from time to time.
Yeah, there was giants.
I mean, the
Giants in
giant doors.
America. There was giants in almost every continent. So
The giant doors is just proof. There's no reason why they would have extremely giant doors on some of these buildings unless there was giant people that
wow,
needed to use them.
look at that. Blue Crew says he was lurking for a while.
Yep.
That's all right. We don't mind lurkers. We just like it when people come in, say hi to us in chat, and let us know that people are interested. But I mean, we see the numbers, whether it's 16 or 30 or however many's tuning in. So here's the mandrake, which you guys might know from Harry Potter. There's a whole scene and a segment on mandrakes in Harry Potter, one of the movies. And they're calling this the salamander, and it says the venomous dragon. So I don't know why it's a dragon and why it's venomous compared to having fire or whatever it would normally do. So does it have to bite you? Do you touch it? Does it have a venomous oil on its skin? Does it like frogs and salamanders excrete that oil on their skin? So being a salamander, is it oil on its skin that's poisonous to the touch, or does it bite you, or both? Maybe he pokes you with his tail and it shoots venom in you like a scorpion.
And yes, Monisha, the more we dig into this, the more YouTubes we watch, they're all pretty much saying, yes, definitely the 1800s. It's like that 1,000-year era they claim that was medieval. Looked like they lived in luxury and had technology to build buildings that we can't create. Pipe organs, stained glass windows, the round windows that are shaped like frequencies. I don't think that doesn't sound like medieval to me if you use your common sense. Looks like everything was living amongst each other there for a while. Dragons.
Right. So there's that.
And I think the mud flood, something, like I said, I think they knew that a reset was happening or something. They all fled in the inner earth or something like that. I don't know.
So there's that Sirenus bird. Sirenus? I don't know. And the only thing I found on it, they think it was either gone through history or disappeared, or the only thing they could come up with was a bird close to this name, and that it was around cinnamon. So this bird, even though they drew it on here, they really didn't know what it was. Then here's the one-eye giant, the agriophagy. Agriophagy. I don't know. I might be not saying it right. So he has a scepter. Looks like he has a crown and only one eye. So was he in charge? Was he a king of the giants? Was he a ruler of the giants?
King of the Cyclops.
King of the Cyclops. I don't know.
And I agree, Brown Dwarf. Medieval is the old world Tartaria. Or this old world.
I tell you what, though, as much as I enjoy looking at these pictures and checking out all these weird things, and I mean, it just excites me. I love it. But can you imagine if you lived in that time and these things were all real? dragons and cyclops and flying venomous dragons and blemmies. And I mean, could you imagine that? I mean, everywhere you travel would be something exotic and weird.
Well, they sure did dress exotic. They had a lot of crystals and gemstones that they used. Look at all the granite and the marble that are in these buildings. How
There's
did they
that.
make the colored stained glass back then?
There's that Tigolapis. I don't know. I don't know how you say it. But that was just so weird. 2 feet, two duck. I don't know. Two and a tail, and then it looks kind of human with the hands, and the face kind of looks human, but then he's holding some kind of plant or flower or whatever that is.
What Robin said up here, where did it go? Yeah, 1800 reset. That was when he's, yeah, the Cabbage Patch Kids, orphan trains, yeah, all that. And then Robin said, they say now are the dark ages. Medieval ages may have been the age of enlightenment, opposite meanings. Well, there's been several people, and that we interview and talk to that, did they add 1,000 years? Did they subtract 1,000 years? There's one guy out there that discovered, and he wasn't a Christian or anything either. He discovered that they added 700 years in the first century. Our friend John Stamey, he just said, what year are we in? We don't know. We're going by what they're telling us.
Then the weird thing about the Cabbage Patch dolls, I know we've talked about the time periods before, but if it was in the 1880s for the Cabbage Patch, and then in the 1980s, I think it was 1980s, maybe it was, no, it was 90s, wasn't it? Yeah, it was the 90s when the Cabbage Patches were a big thing, I guess. I don't know. I just thought that was weird. It's almost like 100 years or 100. So this is a weird guy that only has 2 feet and a body and some kind of tail or whatever that is coming off of the end of him. And I'm assuming that's a hat, but it could be the back of his head with a tentacle or something coming off of it. I don't know.
Hey, Dan, send it through Google Drive.
If it's too big, send it. Go to Google Drive if you have that, and then just use the Midwest Night Watchers at gmail.com as the place to send it to, and it'll come right to me because we use Google Drive all the time.
Well, a lot of podcasters do, and they send big files and videos and stuff like that. We use Google Drive.
And here's your dragon. Dragons.
Still say the bottom one looks like a dinosaur. And I bet they were actually a different type of dragon. Maybe they couldn't fly when they were young. Maybe they were young down here and then they grew wings and then they could fly. How do you not know that?
Maybe.
He's looking up there like, hey, mommy.
Maybe there were 2 different things. I don't know. Maybe there was land dragons and flying dragons and sea dragons and.
Oh, don't worry about that, Dan. I'm not tech savvy. Gerald does everything like that. I look at him and go, help, I'm lost. And he says, I just click buttons. I don't know what I'm doing.
I just do what I do, and I don't know. It just works. No, I'm pretty good. I kind of know what I'm doing, but sometimes I just get by just by doing what I think is right, and sometimes it's good and sometimes it's bad, but it all seems to work out. So there's a Gangynes, I don't know. And I still don't know what they're doing other than there's those points in the red wavy looking things, and I think they use that for land. I think they use that for soil or land or something. Almost every image has the red wavy lines and stuff, so I don't know what that means. It might be just a artistic embellishment. I don't know. Unless
Yeah,
unless back then that means that's land or farmland or soil or some, maybe it stands for something. I don't know, but it looks like
actually,
these.
go ahead.
No, I was just saying, looks like these guys are trying to harvest something out of the tree. They're doing something with the tree. Other than that, I don't know why these would even be brought up, other than maybe this Gangmer or Gangenes is an area of people. Maybe they were farmers. Maybe they were fruit bearers. I don't. Maybe that's what it stands for. I don't know.
I think Brown Dwarf's right. I think the Cabbage Patch Kids were in the 80s. Is that
80?
about that? Isn't that about the time that Black Friday started and everybody's breaking their legs and arms for Cabbage Patch Kids?
Well,
And I
see,
think it was in the 80s.
I know
I don't think it's 90.
I got the girls' Cabbage Patch dolls, and they were born in the 90s.
Right, but I think they've been out for a while in the early
I
90s.
think that Christmas, that Black Friday, that Christmas that I went out and got them, I think that was the first time they came out. But
Oh, okay.
I'm not positive. I don't know. But I
No.
just thought for some reason that
Google
Orphan
it.
Trains, Cabbage Patch, 1880s,
Yeah, Google it.
1980s. I thought that was a correlation, but it might not be.
They might have been around for a few years. I don't know.
Maybe they just didn't get hot till that Christmas season. I don't know.
They were strange looking things, that's for sure.
Then we have the crocodile and whatever, this dude riding them or whatever.
Yeah, what? It looks like it has a map on its butt. It looks like a map.
Those look like scales to me. Like
Scale.
like dragon
Big
scales or crocodile scales but then it has like regular feet and a bald tail.
Oh. Monisha says, wonder if they're planting Cabbage Patch Kids.
Are those other guys?
Yeah.
I don't know. It looks like they're getting something out of a tree, though. That one guy or whatever he's
It looks
doing.
like the other one's on the ground, like she's planting something, or because she's
Maybe, like I said, maybe they're farmers, maybe they're workers of the land. Maybe that's why this picture is important. I don't know.
This is fun. We're all thinking out loud together. None of us know, but we're just kind of throwing out ideas, food for thought, like Barry Little does.
It could be.
It's just food for thought. We're just throwing out little ideas like, what if this? What if that?
I know the only thing I haven't seen in here is a stork for delivering babies or anything.
Oh,
So
one
here's
thing,
the
is there anybody that looks human on this map?
Here's the Minotaur, which should be half bull and half human, and that's when we showed that labyrinth where you get trapped in it, and this is your thing that tortures you and haunts you in it. Then here, I didn't see the lop-eared guy. I wonder if there's got to be.
Right.
I think there is a picture of the rabbit-eared guy as far as a race.
I forgot about him. He was at the beginning.
Then we went through this guy with the straw or stick. Then we talked about the blimmies. And then here's the Cyclops. Then this guy, unless I didn't see anybody with backwards legs on the map. So he might be on a different map.
Well, I was going to say there's not a whole lot of humans in that area. Maybe these humanoids or whatever are on a different area of the world.
I was going to say, trust me, like I said, I did not by any means get all the pictures I could have got off this map. I just got ones that were interesting. I mean, I think I did 20 some different pictures.
That's what interests me is the angels and stuff up there.
So here we have the angels taking and if you notice, all these people have different head gear, like they're coming from different areas, different parts of the world.
Oh, interesting.
They got veils, they got crowns, they got ones with jewels on them, and
cha-ching.
So the angel is taking them through the gates of heaven, and then the other side is the the devil or Satan
Oh.
taking souls or people to the gates of hell. And then there's a big serpent or whatever that thing is waiting for him on the other side. And here's another inn.
Oh, yeah.
And
So
then
it can't
there's
really be north.
that looks like a bird though instead of a dragon, but it
Still
still has the
coming
three
out of a
things coming
portal or
out.
something. So that
Huh?
couldn't have been north. That couldn't have been north then if that's another N.
Well, I'm assuming that's an N.
Yeah, right.
Doesn't look like a W. Doesn't look like an E or a
Because the other one that we
or an
thought was
S.
an N, that little dude was pointing inwards. This one's pointing outwards.
So
Isn't that interesting?
if we're still doing this, remind me when we get to the big picture to check that out.
Yeah. Well, what gets me is we're trying not to be biblical here. I mean, you all know that we are Christians, but we don't go to church. But the only place in the Bible talks about Satan being bound is the 1,000 years. Isn't that weird? And it looks like that's they're representing him being chained and bound. Angels up above,
Looks like he's being bound.
like he's chained.
Where?
Right there.
I don't see
Him
that.
and those other people looks like they're all like they're chained and bound.
I'm taking it those guys are roped or tied up, and the devil or the demon is dragging them to hell by the rope. That's how I'm taking it.
I saw that as a chain instead of a rope.
Well, it could be a chain, but he's not chained down. I think he's dragging those people to the gates of hell. He's taking them there.
Oh, did you see the dragon head on the other side of that door or portal or something too? Like where if they're heading towards that direction?
Yeah, I've said
Okay.
that three
All right.
times already.
I'm
even
just looking at so many different things. My
I've
mind's
even brought
wandering.
it up big where I said there's like a serpent or a dragon or something waiting for him on the other side of the gates of hell, but that's all right.
I don't know. Yeah, this is so weird.
And these are the angels that are on either side of God at the top of the map.
I'm missing Jack.
Then there's God or Jesus. They're portraying him, the man God, Jesus on top of his throne on top of the world with the angels on both sides.
Oh, you're welcome, Robin.
Yeah, Robin, thanks. I love doing this, and
A lot of this we already had saved. The maps.
I'm just glad I got somebody else, you guys all in chat that tune in to listen to us talk about this stuff that we think is interesting. I'm glad you guys all find it interesting. I mean, we never know. We just
want to know the truth.
Well, I don't.
I mean, there's just so much.
Just like X-Files, the truth is out there, but
Well, I think like these old world buildings, the truth has been in front of us this whole time. We've just never questioned it until recently.
Hi, Terry, Mr. B.
Hi, where's he at?
Rumble.
Why is my Rumble not updating? Maybe that's right. I'll get out and get back in. Still don't see him.
So there's Jerusalem in the center and a crucifixion of Christ.
I'm Mr. B.
And then you have all Jericho and Nazareth and Tripoli and Cana and
really
all the other places of the Middle East in and around of Jesus' time. And so there is biblical and mythical and all kinds of things. So like I said, if you take that map and you turn it a quarter turn, then it matches up with our current day maps and areas where you got China, Russia, Bangladesh, India, Turkey, Greece, Israel, Egypt, all the areas represented on that map. So everything that we were seeing, you see the blue lines for the rivers or streams, then you have the waterways and all that stuff was dividing all those areas. So we saw the blue lines, all the blue lines in some of these pictures there. You can see them. They kind of look green on this screen, but there's blue. There's more green and blue.
Dance of the Chicana is another name for the underworld.
Yes.
Chincana.
I think it's Chicahana.
You know, we hear so much inner earth, hollow earth, underworld. Still say there's something mysterious about the North Pole that they're hiding.
So this picture has all the little sub areas, Neth and Switzerland and Afghanistan and Georgia and Uzbek and all the other Portugals. And then this map just has the countries themselves, Egypt, Iraq. Then that was the beginning where I showed an outside view of the map itself. Then here's the whole map. And I don't know if we'll be able to scan in close enough to see what all these letters or where the letters are. I don't see any of them actually. And then they have little symbols on the outside. There's one of them. So there's a bird or whatever, and that's too blurry to see what it is. Oh, maybe those are just letter. Maybe those are letters they put on the map so they can tell. Like on our maps, we have letters and numbers to make quadrants out of a map. So maybe they did the same thing with this.
Wish I understood what was down there in the corner.
Down here.
Yeah, looks like different kind of land.
There's an S for south. So what we were seeing were these little letters. So I think those are references. So when you look at the whole map, you can divide it up between letters, and so there's south. So I guess that's the only.
What's the red area up there?
Where?
Right there. Yeah.
I don't know.
That's red, and the other areas are green. Makes you wonder what red means. Mountains? Maybe they're mountains?
Maybe. I don't know. So anyway, that's why I tried to get scans that we could look at, because I know this map, even though it looks nice, when you actually zoom all the way in, you can kind of see, but you can't. Huh?
What's that circle swirly thing right there? Right there. Yes.
That's the labyrinth that we
Right.
showed earlier in the green.
So is the middle circle right in the middle? What does that say?
That's Jerusalem. That's where Christ is crucified.
All right. All right.
So they have Jerusalem and that area right in the center. Then everything else is going around it.
I still say
Which is why you have to look at it like that, where Israel's in the center. Then you have Egypt and Iraq and Turkey, and then you go out further for Europe and all that, and Russia and Asia, and
still say the land was closer together at one time. Maybe the mud flood made the continents spread out a little.
Right. So, and this is the books that are in that church, along with that map. These are all ancient texts and books.
Chained.
And they're all chained. So if you looked up chained books, and that was in Game of Thrones, also chained books in their high learning areas in the movie. But this is actually a real picture of their books, ancient texts that are chained.
I wish I knew what those books were.
And this is a sarcophagus, or the burial site of St. Thomas from the New Testament in that church. And then that is the picture of Hereford Church itself. So whether you think it's Gothic or medieval or Tartarian, I don't know. It's awful. It's awful ornate.
I don't think it's medieval.
Well, it kind of looks like a cat. Oops.
Yeah,
Kind of,
not
kind
the
of,
way they considered how we were taught
no. Right.
medieval times. This
Right.
looks like luxury times.
But I really like that star,
I know.
whatever that shape is supposed to represent.
Yes, Mud Fossil University is another amazing one. John Levy, Jon Levy. My Lunch Break is another amazing one to follow.
Yeah, there's all kinds of great people. Cultivate. I like Cultivate.
Well, I'm following
John
some new
Levy.
ones. If you remember JT, follow JC that we had on about a month ago. We were showing old world stuff. I'm watched some of his shows and then his guests. I'm subscribing to them and then I'm binge watching them. Then I find someone else and I binge watch them.
And then
So
she
yeah,
has Neeson in her stuff, and
yeah. I mean, they're
which is
just.
usually probably the same stuff she's already watched.
I mean, there's some good people out there showing these pictures and.
So there we go. There's 4 hours of fun and excitement we've had so far. Had the cryptid reports. We had a little a little fun in chat, just hanging out and talking. And then we got into the map, and it was all over. 4 hours gone. So having said that, everybody, I love you, and I think we're going to go ahead and end it at 4 hours. And I hope you guys enjoyed the map. I hope it was something
Great.
new, or if it's not something new to you, I hope you enjoyed viewing it again. Maybe clearer pictures. I hope I got clearer pictures that you're able to see that you might not be able to find online, but they are out there if you look hard enough.
Where was that church at that found this map?
It's over in Europe or
Okay.
UK.
Dan says, is that in England?
Yeah, it's over just look up Hereford. Hereford is the area, is the church name. Or Hereford or Hereford, Hereford.
And I had plans to do something for this week, but I didn't get around to it. So I'll probably do it next week and I'll have you help me. But some of these videos that I've been watching, I want to screenshot a bunch of these pictures and things and send it over here to a file on this computer. And we can do like a slideshow, of tons and tons and tons of. I mean, some of these, they're showing pictures I've never seen before in the last 4 years or so that I've been digging into this. Beautiful cathedrals and things. And not just them, the mansions that are worth like 700 million now. And they were like wedding gifts to people. And I'm going, what?
Yeah.
You built this mansion for a wedding. I mean, it just, yeah, I'm just going to send over a bunch of screenshots over here. And maybe that's what we'll do next week. Do it, just show a bunch of old pictures.
So please like, share, subscribe. You know how the algorithm works. Anything to help us out. If it's just a like or a comment after the show, please do. Send us an email at midwestnightwatchers@gmail.com. And if you haven't checked it out, go to our store at Printful. It's midwestnightwatchers.printful.me. And if you're so inclined, check out our t-shirts, sweatshirts with our logos, whether it's Midwest Night Watchers or
the other one.
The Night Owl Lounge logo is on a shirt. Chiro Sounds, Jane's music site, she has a logo on a shirt and some hats and drinkware. And so please check it out if you would. We'd appreciate it.
I'm trying to find it in my clipboard.
I know you are.
My clipboard is a mess right now. There it is. Boom. That's our store link.
Don't forget Rumble.
Oh, I don't know if I can.
Anyway.
Do it over there.
anyway, I'll put it in the description if anybody in Rumble wants to see it or not. But so
Dan,
please
go
give
back
us a like.
start. Thank you, Dan. He's going to go back to the beginning. That's
So
when we
please,
did
yeah,
creepy acres and
yeah,
stuff.
we did.
And your email did come through, by the way, Dan. My phone went beep, beep, and it showed that
Yeah, I got
Google
mine
Drive
all.
or something.
I got mine all turned down because we're online. So
Well, mine's down, but it still went. Bzz, bzz.
So anyway, we love you guys. Thank you for hanging out with us. We had a great time. We love the interaction you guys are giving us, and shows us that you're interested in the same stuff we are, and you like questioning and looking into stuff and digging it and saying
Finding
what
out the
if.
truth.
I
Yeah,
mean, we like what ifs. I mean, what if this is real? What if this is this?
I know.
We like that stuff. So thank you. We love you all. Have a good night. I hope you guys have a great week. The rest of the week.
We'll see.
Hope you guys everywhere survive whatever storm, whether it's rain, ice, snow, heat, depending on what part of the world you're in. We love you.
Don't forget to check out Rumble Friday and Saturday for movie night only on Rumble.
That's right, Rumble.
And if this weather straightens up just a little bit, the wind's better, I will get the 24/7 stream back up again. So on that note, and then
so, I think we're doing it Friday night for sure, which is going to be all retro kind of disclosure cartoons, whether it's space monsters, whatever the cartoons we grew up with in the 80s, maybe a little bit in the 90s. But me and Jane will be showing probably at least a couple hours worth of cartoons, possibly. Then I don't know what else after that. Then Saturday night, if we do it again, and I'm assuming we will because we have been every weekend so far, we'll be showing some more Twilight Zones, One Step Beyond. What else is there? some old monster movie or paranormal movie from the 50s or black and white or whatever we find that we're going to show. And I got a couple in mind already. And like Jane said, maybe we'll do 2 movies in a row on Saturday night. We'll do a double feature or something. I don't know. Check us out on Rumble. Same thing, Midwest Night Watchers. And sort of be about around 10 p.m. Central, Friday and Saturday night.
And then Sunday with Amber Paraworld. She is our guest for Sunday.
That's
6
right.
o'clock Central.
Tune in for Amber. That's going to be a great show.
And Space Penguins is probably going to be a joke in this chat for a long time.
Space Penguins. Yeah, I can't wait. I'm going to have to do something with that. That's just too good.
Dan's probably going, what? Yeah, you'll see at the beginning of the show.
At the beginning, you'll see what we're talking about. But
yeah, Space Penguins is at the beginning of the show.
So we love you guys. We'll see you next time. Hopefully we'll see you Friday and Saturday.
Hey, I didn't freeze.
There you go. Love you. Keep looking up.
Keep your vibrations high.
And keep going down those rabbit holes. And let us know if you find anything.
Oh, yeah. Let us know new rabbit holes.
All right. Love you.
Much love. Big hugs.